Hey guys, it's me again with a Trinket Tier List. So yeah, I've wanted to do this for a bit now, just ranking all of the trinkets from very good to very bad. These are all of the trinkets. I found it on Tier Maker from this guy. I hope everything's here, so yeah, I'll just start. The different tiers, up here we have completely broken. This is self-explanatory. Basically, these are the trinkets that if you see them you want to get them instantly. These are like the best 10 trinkets or something in the entire game. Like, these are always worth the risk, always worth the input. These are basically an insta lock on just equip on any character of that class, or just generally. First picks is just very good stuff. It's not completely broken, but it's very good, and you want to run it most of the time. So if you are trinketing for a character, you obviously pick a completely broken trinket, and then you get like a first pick or something, and you go from there. Then you have good secondary options. These are not as good as the first picks. You can drop these. These are very interchangeable. These are just nice to have. But they aren't like super bad. Then you have the very situational, but if that situation comes up, this is like the best trinket in the game. Then we have filler. Filler is like just, this is plus stats, but you don't really care about it. It's like nice, but you will pick secondary options, first options, or everything above it over it most of the time. And then we have straight up negative. These are something you should never pick. There's basically never a scenario for these. If you have them, I would honestly just consider selling them because they are that bad. So yeah, let's get into it. This broken key, yeah, like, do I even need to explain? Like, this is broken key, plus 15 accuracy, plus 35% stun chance. For plus 50% stress, I have the wiki open here and can just like show it here. Broken key, 30 shards. This thing is one of the best trinkets in the game. It gives Abram basically everything he would ever want. Accuracy, great. Stun chance, great as well. The stress doesn't matter because he has absolution, and absolution is like 11 point stress sitting at max level, so like his own stress is never a problem. If you are running Beast Bomb, 15 accuracy, or basically no downside, that's great. If you're running on a human, you have both accuracy and stun chance. Like, this is one of the best trinkets in the game. And usually if I have the shards and I don't want to like grind Call of Madness for like a long time, then the only trinket I would get is like Broken Key, because some of the others are good as well, but they usually aren't as good as Broken Key. Like, a few other trinkets are maybe better because they are on chars that can just like completely boost them. Broken Key is still very good, and it costs like nothing, so this is usually what I try to get. You can usually get this after like the first Farmstead mission and then Miller. You can buy this, and Abram's just completely nuts with this. Then Antis's Basketball. This is a secondary option. It's a damage trinket. It's a very good damage trinket. It's probably one of the best. I'm just gonna like scroll up here. Where is it? Right here. Antis's Basketball. 10% damage range skills, 8 crit range skills for 10% stress. This is great for every range damage dealer. This is like good for Arbalest especially. Like, this is probably best on her. There's a Houndmaster can use it as well, but 10 damage is like, sure, it's a nice upside, but the 8 crit is what you really care about, because crit is so much better than damage. The plus 10% stress, this is like not a downside. If you see plus stress on a trinket, that's usually not the main problem you have with it. The plus 10 stress, this adds like 2 stress if you get hit by a stress attack. And all of this above is just works towards not getting hit by stress attacks. So like, you don't care about this 10% stress. That's why Basketball is so good. It comes in a bit late. It's an ancestral trinket. That's why like you find it so late that usually you have a lot of extra first picks. So this usually just falls to the wayside a bit. But on someone like Arbalest, still, this is like a very good trinket. Then Ancestor's Bottle. This thing, I don't know if I want to put it in filler or straight up negative. Like, I guess it's filler because there is no downside to it. It's plus 25% max HP. That's a decent max HP cut. 50% food consumed. This is not a downside. Like, this actually doesn't matter. The only time where 50% food consumed actually matters is if you camp. And if you camp, you can just go to the character that has this equipped, you unequip it, and the food consumed is just gone. And you just eat like normal. The 10% stress, again, is like not a downside, so this is essentially just plus 25% max HP. The issue I have with this thing is that 25% max HP is not worth a lot. Like, max HP is arguably the worst defensive stat. Like, the characters that really want more max HP are the ones that have low max HP, so adding a percentage on top of that isn't gonna help them as much as the characters that already have high max HP. And the characters with high max HP don't care about more extra max HP because, well, they already have good HP, so why would they need more? So that's why max HP is always just a bit iffy. The reason it's not terrible is that you can find it early on Shambler. You can see it here, it can only be dropped by Shambler, and if you fight early Shambler, Ensor's Bottle obviously isn't like the best result, but it's like in the midfield where it's like, sure, you can equip this for like the first few weeks until you find something better, and that's just a definition of filler. And this essentially has no downside if you remember to take it off. The 10% stress, like, nobody cares. Like, if you care about that, like, seriously, just come on. Then we have Candle. This I'm going to put into a secondary option as well. It's right below it. It's 15% damage if dodge above 50, 2 speed, 5 dodge. All of these sets are great. If you are playing at highlight, which you should usually do, or if you're in Crimson Court, or if you're in Farmstead, all of these buffs trigger. The downside obviously is not an issue. The problem I have with it is that it's like all of these sets are great. Like, damage is good, speed is good, and 5 dodge is good, but this really doesn't like fit into any specific niche. Like there's a lot of other trinkets that just fit one character better. Like, this is a good secondary option, but since it doesn't give accuracy, like, this can never be a first option. Like, if you look at trinkets, you are never looking at Ancestor's Candle as your first option. You look at accuracy first, and then you look at Ancestor's Candle, which is probably one of the best secondary options in the game, because these stats are pretty good just for like any damage dealer. Even characters that don't deal much damage, like Plague Doctor, can still use this because plus 2 speed, 5 dodge is just good other stats. But yeah, you can also find it off of Shambler. This is like the 3rd best hit in my opinion. If you are playing on torches, like, this thing is not that good. If you are running Crimson Court and if you are running Color of Madness, then you can use this in those missions and then it's good, but then I put it in situational. But for most cases, like, this thing is just really good. You're never mad if you find it, but I personally would always prefer an accuracy trinket over this. So that's why, for me, it's a good secondary option. Ancestor's Code. It goes right next to them. 15% dodge, 10% stress. 15% dodge is basically the highest dodge you will find from any single trinket that's neutral. The class-specific ones, then those can give more. There's like Ashen Distillation on PD that gives 20, but yeah, 15 is the highest you will find on a neutral trinket. The other one that has this is Camo Cloak. It gives 15% dodge if you are above 75 light, and it lowers your stun resist. So that's why Ancestor's Code fills that niche a bit better. It's a dodge trinket. If you are planning to have someone who dodges a lot, like Houndmaster, you can put this onto them. Especially the heroes that want to guard, like Houndmaster. Then you really want this over Camo Cloak, because minus stun on someone who guards or whose turn you really don't want to lose, because like stun breaks your guard. So that's why you never really want Camo Cloak over this. But it's like you never look to this first unless you are building a specific dodge team. Like, if you build a specific dodge team, this thing is like completely broken, because you equip this every time basically, because 15% dodge on a neutral trinket is just good. Like, you can turn any character into a pretty high dodge character with just this, so that's why it's in here. The mustache. This thing, I don't know. Like, for me, it's a filler trinket. Where is it? Right here. 50% debuff resist, 50% blight resist. Like, both of these aren't bad, but you never really look at this and go like, oh yeah, I want this, because blight resist is usually worse than bleed resist, because bleed can appear in every region, blight can't, and that's why you usually prefer bleed over blight. And debuff resist, like, it's nice. There's a lot of random debuffs that just happen, and just not getting hit by like a plus 10% stress debuff it's just nice. But there's so many other trinkets at that point. Like, this thing comes in super late, and like at that point you usually have trophies and other stuff that you want to have over like a strictly defensive trinket. So that's why this thing is like just fiddle. There's a lot of better secondary options and first options. The handkerchief, it goes right next to Mustard Scream. Of course, the bleed resist is better, because yeah, I just explained why. And the disease resist is good as well. So why is this not in a secondary option? That's because there's an option that's just straight up better. There's Flesh's Heart, a trophy. These are ancestral trinkets, so you find them at level 6, and at that point you can usually do all the bosses. And if you do all the bosses, you get a trophy called Flesh's Heart. Flesh's Heart gives 50% bleed resist, just like this, but it gives 50% max HP, which is much better than the 50% disease resist. And it takes no downside, so you don't take 10% extra stress, which doesn't really matter, but I would pick the 50% max HP over this, so that's why this thing is just like not that good. This thing, Tentacle Idol, like, it's very bad filler. Like, you are never happy to see this. It's a chamber drop. It's probably the worst chamber drop in the game. It's 20% virtue chance and 8% death blow resist. Both of these stats are really, really bad to have. Like, nobody cares about this. Virtue chance triggers exactly one time, and if you have to trigger it again, you are either playing Call of Madness, like you're playing Endless, or you are really bad at the game. And at that point, just like, don't use this. And the 8% death blow resist, like, death blow resist is a copium stat everybody who's played the game knows. Like, if you get hit on Death's Door, there's like a 90% chance to die, even though you have like an 80% to just resist the death blow. Like, it never happens. And that's why this thing is just bad. Like, sure, if you have nothing else, you can equip this, but I would never ever choose this over a lot of other stuff. Then a Lantern. I think it's a good secondary option. It's one of the support trinkets. It's minus 20% chance party surprise chance and plus 20% monster surprise chance. If you have something like a Vestal, who like has an open trinket slot, you can just slap this on and it's gonna provide really good value. For example, Vestal, like just as I just mentioned, the first trinket always a healing trinket, because healing without a healing trinket just kind of sucks. And the second trinket, like, it can be accuracy, but usually what I like to do is bring stuff like Ancestor's Lantern or just other out of combat stuff like Scouting. So that's why this thing is like up here. Of course, you can usually find something better than this fairly easily, especially if you're late at the game. Like, this thing is, it's not bad, and you can pick it as a secondary option, but there's so many better options over this. The thing you really care about is the monster surprise chance, because if you just want the party surprise minus chance, you just bring Scouting, because if you scout a fight, you can never be surprised there, and that's why Scouting is usually better than just having this. The surprise chance is nice. If you surprise the enemy, you go first, which means you can just completely roll the enemy. You take like 2 attacks in the first turn, or you just stun everything and you kill everything, and the fight's over in like 2 turns. That's great. Surprise is really powerful. That's why something like Bellow is so good. You get a second surprise if it sticks, and that's a really, really good payoff, even though you have to take a big risk with the double check for accuracy and debuff. But their payoff is really worth it, so that's why this thing's like up here. Then we have Answers Map. Like, I don't think anybody is gonna argue with that. Like, this thing is completely broken. This is easily the best chamber drop by far. Like, the other chamber trinkets, some of them are good, but Answers Map is just on another level. Like, this is, with Broken Key is like good. This thing is completely nuts compared to Broken Key. 25% disarm trap assumptions. This is good. You can usually get to around 80 to 90% early on with like your characters, but this will put them at above 100. And what it also allows you to do is, if you see a trap, you can swap answers map around so that you can give it to somebody else, and somebody with a lower trap disarm chance can disarm the trap, so they get that stress here from disarming the trap. And then you have the scouting. That's obviously the main part. Scouting is one of the best stats. You always want, like on torches, you always want scouting because you get surprised super easily. Scouting gives you such a huge advantage. Like, you get extra money from secret rooms. You know exactly where you have to go on like every mission, because if you have to do 100% of room battles and then you see a hallway, you scout a hallway, there's like 2 fights, the room's empty, there's nothing behind it, you don't have to go there. It's amazing. The things that you have to find, you can scout the entire map, you can just search for like the quest items, and you just complete the mission super easily. You never get surprised if you scout a fight. That's why scouting is so good on Torchless. Like, this is so good. Like, scouting is one of the best stats in the game you can get. And this gives you the biggest amount of scouting you can get from a neutral trinket. I think Evidence of Corruption from Houndmaster gives more, or like the same, but 25% scouting, this is very good. That's why Answer's Lantern is only a secondary option. If Answer's Map didn't exist, this thing would be like a first pick. But because Answer's Map is that good, like, this thing just becomes like a secondary option. This is also the reason why you always want to fight Shambler early on. If you manage to find Answer's Map, you can breeze to the early game. Like, this thing is so good. Then we have Pen. Like, it's hard. I'm gonna put it into a secondary option. It's basketball, but for melee. The reason it's not a primary option is surgical gloves. Surgical gloves, it's a green trinket that gives 5 melee accuracy and 8 melee crit. And I would pick 5 accuracy over 10% damage. And because it's a green trinket, you can usually find it before you find Ansys' Pen. And by the time you find this, you have class trinkets, and you have especially surgical gloves, which is usually just better than this. Like, the 10% stress on this doesn't matter, and surgical gloves has a minus debuff resist, which is sort of bad, but like usually surgical gloves is still better because 5 accuracy is worth a lot more than 10% damage. And that's why Ansys' Pen is just a secondary option. Like, if it would be a first pick if surgical gloves, you don't have surgical gloves, this thing is a first pick. Like, on every melee damage dealer that doesn't need any more accuracy, you pick this. But if you have surgical gloves, this thing is just a secondary option. Like, surgical gloves is that much better. Now, Ansys' Pistol. This is a first pick. This is probably the best one of the neutral Ansys trinkets you can find, like, outside of the chamber trinkets. It's 15 ranged accuracy and 3 speed. For basically the downside, like, plus 10% stress. Like, you don't care. 15 range accuracy, this is very good, especially coupled with the 3 speed. Most ranged characters that want more accuracy are usually support characters like PD, Occultist, Vestal. Like, all of them really like ranged accuracy. And because they do so much supporting with all the stuns and other stuff, having that 3 speed is really big. Like, most trinkets don't give more than like 2 speed, and that's why Ansys' Pistol is so good. It's just really good. Like, any ranged character just likes this, except maybe Arbalest, because she doesn't really want ranged accuracy, because her accuracy is naturally high, so she really wants to run stuff like Musket Ball, which increases her damage and crit, and Ansys' Pistol just doesn't do that. And that's why on her, Ansys' Pistol is not a pick. Like, usually if you are considering just Arbalest, this thing is straight up negative most of the time, because you could fill a slot with something like Musket Ball or like Candle for more damage and more crit. But for general purposes, like, most of the time, if you can make use of this, every ranged character likes that, like, just likes to have this. The portrait, this thing doesn't do anything. Like, it's 50% resolve XP for plus 10% stress. If you are trying to power grind someone, like if you bring like a level 2 hero you got from like experienced recruits, they have really good quirks and you want to level them up to level 6. What I recommend to do is to just bring them on like a mission with someone who has already entered the Darkest Dungeon. If you have entered the Darkest Dungeon, their character gets a passive XP boost. And because of the level difference, they will already get a lot of XP. So getting this 50% extra, like this isn't great. Then you have like aside from like leveling, this thing, like I have no idea what this does aside from leveling, and that's why this thing, like, sure, if you really want to power grind someone, just bring them on like a level 5 mission with like a full squad, and if you do that, you want more defensive stuff because they aren't gonna do anything. Like, they won't attack because they just miss, even if you give them a lot of accuracy. They get hit by basically everything, and they are gonna get hit hard because of their lower max HP. And that's why you want more just like more defensive stuff, like, and this just doesn't do any of that. It's essentially a wasted trigger slot with 10% stress, and that's why it's just straight up negative. The Signet Ring. This is the first pick. It's probably the second best neutral ancestor trinket you can find from not Chandler. It's 10% accuracy, that's essentially all you have to care about. The 10% prot is nice as well, it's a nice defensive buff. And the 10% stress, obviously not a problem. The reason this is a first pick is that there's specific characters like Shipbreaker that can't run Focus Ring really well, because if you run Focus Ring, you of course get that dodge cut, but the 8 crit is still better offensively than like the 10 prot. But characters that are very fragile, like Shieldbreaker, or like squishy frontliners, like even Occultist likes to run this. Of course, and the Special is usually better, but if you run a certain Occultist, like, I wouldn't be mad. The main reason you run this over Focus Ring is because the character really doesn't like to lose their 8 dodge. And that's the entire reason why this is it's like a first pick. I'm just gonna spoil you, like, Focus Ring. Where is it? This thing. This is the first pick. It's probably the best neutral accuracy you can find. 10 accuracy, 5 crit, and minus 8 dodge. Yeah, I'm just gonna search it, but this thing, it's one of the best very rares. If you find this early on, this is great. You want this on basically every character that doesn't have like a class accuracy option, like Leper. You want this on Leper every time. And the reason why Signet Ring isn't better than this is because the 5 crit gives you a huge offensive boost in addition to like the accuracy. So this is essentially a damage trinket and an accuracy trinket combined in one. While this just kind of tries to do both offensive and defensive. Some characters like it, but most of the time you just still pick Focus Ring. Then we have Ancestor Scroll. This thing, it's probably a first pick. This thing, plus 25% healing skills, 25% stress skills for 10% stress. Crusader really likes this. This is one of his best trinkets if you go for a more supportive Crusader, where you run accuracy plus this. His Inspiring Cry gets to profit of both. And Battle Heal gets buff from the healing. The reason this is up here and not a secondary option is because it's 25% healing skills, which is the max you can get on basically any character except Arbalest. Arbalest gets Medic Squeeze, which is pretty usable. And Vestal, like, you have Tome of Holy Healing, that one's good, and you have his Crimson Cord Trinket, which is probably better. But like, this is the max you will get for her, usually if you don't have Crimson Cord. Of course you have Trinket Scroll, but I'm gonna talk about Trinket Scroll later, so yeah. But the reason this is so good is because you can swap it around at camp. If you bring this into like a mission and you get to the camp, every character at camp has plus 25% stress skills and plus 25% healing skills. Because if you want to use a camp skill that has one of these two effects, you just swap this onto them, and boom, they just have these buffs for like the camp. And after they are done, you just swap this back to the character which already held this, and you are completely fine. Like, this is nuts. Just getting 25% extra stress healing at camp is huge, and that's why this thing is a first option. This is the best healing option, unless you are running a Vestal with a Crimson Cord set. And now, Smoking Skull. Where is it? I need it. Right, no, here, Smoking Skull. Plus 35% dodge if shot is in inventory, minus 15 accuracy, and minus 15% blind resist. This thing is... I'm gonna put it into search situation. The reason for that is that this is very good. Like, this is like up here for dodge strategies. Plus 35% dodge. Like, just think about it. This is insane. Like, 3 turns of anti-vapors don't give you this much for having shard dust, which is the provision you will use the least. Because shard dust is like, it refreshes limited time use skills, and that's why you have this for very specific fights. And if you just bring Smoking Skull and you go for a dodge team, you just have a shard dust sitting in your inventory for 35% dodge. Of course, if you don't have this, this is just pure downside. The other reason why this is purely a dodge team is because of the minus 15% accuracy and because of the minus blind resist. Minus accuracy means that, like, anti-current isn't gonna hit anything. Like, Fasting Rapers, like, the move, maybe it has like a 60% chance against backliners at that point. And the blind resist is obviously really bad because minus dodge resist is always bad, because you are more likely to die, because if you die because of HP, it's never really because you got hit and then you got hit again on Death's Door. It's more likely that it's because you got hit by like a crit or something, you drop to Death's Door, you have a bleed on top of you, and you just bleed out. That's what usually happens. So that's why minus dodge resist is really bad. But if you are running a dodge team, like, this just doesn't matter, because you never try to get hit. And if you get hit, you usually have enough time to just recover because the enemy isn't doing anything. And that's why it's very situational. Killing Bolts. It's up there. This is for Arbalest only. It's plus 20% damage, plus 7% crit. Like, just think about it. This is easily the highest amount of damage you would easily get without too much of a downside. The only one I can think of off the top of my head is Dismiss Hit, which gives 25% damage, but you get a huge HP cut and you get a lot of extra stress. And the downside this has is on attack that you have a 25% chance to get 3 stress. If you kill an enemy, this has the same chance to just get completely offset. If you crit, because of the extra crit for range skills, the stress doesn't matter. And that's why this is super, super good. Like, 20% damage, 7 crit. This is insane. Like, if this was on other characters, like, you would pick this basically every time because this is so good. I personally, if I get super late game for Arbalest, I'm usually running this and Musket Ball. And, like, you get 30% extra damage to your range skills, and you get like plus 15% to your 15% crit, and that's really good. And like, this thing, 170 charges is very expensive. There's only the 180 ones and Crusader, but this is well worth it. Like, if I were to save up, I would probably get Broken Key first, then I would get Thirsting Blade probably, and then I would get Killing Bolts. Like, Killing Bolts is really good. The Antiquarian Marbles. This is... oh god, I have to scroll all the way up. Oh, that's not there. I hate it here. Here. It's just plus 10% dodge. It's filler. You get a much better option at green, which is Camo Cloak. 15% dodge for basically the downside for her. It's nice to have. 10 dodge is obviously great. Especially if you find this early on, you are never mad to equip this on Anti-Current, because 10 dodge is a very big deal. That's like 2 entire levels of armor. And just getting a +2 to your armor is really good. Like, You can see it on Radiant, where if you overlevel, you get a +1 to armor. Like, this is a +2 to armor in terms of dodge. And that's why it's really good. Of course, it's just filler because there's a lot of better options, especially late game. But early on, this is really good. Wrathful Bandana. Plus 35% damage in position 4, and 30% debuff skill chance, and minus 15% healing skulls. This thing is a secondary option, in my opinion. Obviously, the plus 25% damage is amazing. Wow, I found one that's plus 25% damage. That's great. The issue this has is that it's only in position 4, so if you get shuffled, this is just straight up dead. And the debuff chance is nice. It only affects suppressing fire, which is a really good move against certain enemies. But this isn't usually used. And the minus 15% healing skills, like, this doesn't matter. Like, the main reason why you bring Arbalist for healing is the buff, which gives the target plus healing received. If you have like a secondary healer, this buffs it. If you do food healing, this buffs it, and that's why it's so good. And the issue this really has is that Killing Bolts exists and Musket Ball exists. Like, these two are just better options because they don't give as much damage, but they give more crit. And crit is just a much better offensive stat than damage. And that's why this thing, like, you can run it, but Musket Ball is usually better, and especially Killing Bolts. Like, Killing Bolts loses 5% damage for 7% crit. And that's a big difference. Like, that's why Killing Bolts is up here and Wrath Banana is here. Like, I won't put it into filler, because if you don't have Call of Madness, like this and Musket Ball is probably the best option you can go for. But Killing Bolts is really good. And that's why this thing is right here. The Baron Slash. Oh my god. Is it? Nope, it's not there. Oh, right here. Plus 75% debuff resist if you have Crimson Curse, plus 4 speed, and minus 10% stun resist. It's situational. Like, I wouldn't say that it's bad. It's definitely not bad. The debuff resist is okay. Like, it's a lot, and you essentially get complete immunity to debuffs, which is good. But the main reason why I would put it into situational is because you have Crimson Curse, and you need to have someone that needs 4 speed. Like, there's a lot of other characters that like to have more speed, but they also need extra defenses. That's why something like Feather Crystal is so good, because it gives both speed and a bit of defenses in the form of dodge. And the 4 speed is a lot. Like, usually you don't need this much unless you are going like up against Shaman in the Cove, whereas like 12 speed at like Apprentice, which is completely nuts. The reason I would put it into situational is because it's not a secondary option, because you never think about it that way, and it's not filler because you can't just like put this onto someone. You need to have Crimson Curse, and you need to have someone that needs that much extra speed in addition to Crimson Curse, because Crimson Curse in the neutral stage already gives 1 speed. If you go into Bloodlust, it gives 4 speed. Combined with this, it's plus 8 speed, and at that point you are going first basically all the time. If you want that, this thing is the best option basically for Speed Trinket. There's one other that I'm gonna put above this, so that's why it's only in here. Like, you need to have Crimson Curse. If you don't have Crimson Curse, this doesn't do anything, obviously. The minus stun resist, like, nobody cares. Like, it's the characters that want the 4 speed aren't the ones that have a guard. Like, that's, or like anything that uses like that gets harmed by stun, especially hard. So that's why this thing is just like, it's good if you make it work, but a lot of the time it's just not good. Berserk Mask. I remember a long Reddit thread or argument about this. It's a secondary option. It's not a primary option. I'm just gonna scroll to it. Where is it? Leper. There. Plus 8 crit, plus 3 speed, minus 10% virtue chance, and minus 30% healing received. The reason this is a secondary option is because it's on Leper, and Leper wants accuracy first. Like, his accuracy is horrid on chop. And that's why you want an accuracy trinket first. Something like a focus ring, because focus ring is the best option for him. The reason you don't want signet ring on leper is because you can look at this HP stat, and you don't need more prot on that. What you really want on leper is crit, because if leper crits, like whatever's standing there, even a boss, like that boss is losing like 50% of his HP with a single crit from leper. And getting a 5% increase to that is insane. That's why this thing is so good. The same reason applies to Berserk Mask. It's 8% crit. 8% crit is really good. If you have this as a secondary option, like I would consider picking it, especially also because you get 3 speed. 3 speed is always good. You outspeed basically any frontline at that time. Intimidate is also good. You got call out early with Intimidate. You can just, like, if you see a backliner that's gonna hit you very hard, or like an enemy that's gonna hit you for like big on-hit damage, you can use Intimidate to just cut the damage by like 1/3. And that damage isn't doing a lot. Like, if you have Giant in the Wheel, for example, like I think Giant and Leper are about tied in speed, but with this, Leper has a speed advantage of like 3 or 4, and you can just Intimidate Giant, and like 3 bets back down after like 2 turns isn't going to do anything. Like, it's minus 60% damage, and by that point if it crits, it's like 10 damage. You don't care anymore. That's why it's so good. The only reason why I wouldn't place it right here, because then you would just pick Focus Ring, you pick Berserk Mask, is because there's other trinkets that work a bit better. And this pen, obviously, it's the same amount of crit, but you get 10% damage, which can be better than 3 speed for specific fights, for like boss fights, where you just set up a range and you have Lipper slap an enemy. Like, having pen is much better because 10% damage is better than 3 speed at that point. You have surgical gloves, obviously, 5 accuracy extra on leper, like, that's great. Like, leper is very lacking in accuracy if you just look at chop. And that's why if you have focus ring with like surgical gloves, like those two are like probably the best option you can get. Berserk Mask, if you don't have surgical gloves, I would think about picking this for like normal missions, but for bosses it's usually something else like pen or like just surgical gloves. Like, surgical gloves is usually the pick over this, but it's not bad. If you find it, I wouldn't go for it early on for like a boss reward, but if I find it like in the mid game because I'm doing like a long veteran mission, like, I'm not mad if I have this, and I would equip it onto leper. So that's why it's here. Oh yeah, the downsides. Like, you don't care. Like, you straight up don't care. Like, the minus 30 chance, leper has some of the best self-stress healing in the game. Solemnity is a very good self-heal because it heals big amounts of HP, which offsets this. And it heals a lot of stress, which also offsets this. His cam skills also play into this. Reflection, completely insane. It's 20 stress and focus ring stats for 3 points. And that's really good. Like, this is, like, these downsides are even less impactful than like plus stress. Like, the minus 30% healing can matter sometimes, where you heal like a few points less, but leper has so much HP. Yes, such a good self-recovery, like, you don't care about this. Just ignore it, basically. Mask of the Timeless. This is a secondary option. Where is it? There it is. 75 shards, 2 speed, 15 dodge for 5% stress. This is not a downside. 2 speed, 15 dodge, obviously great on basically anyone. If this was on like Plague Doctor, this would be pretty good. But on Bounty Hunter, this is like alright. Like, if you equip this, it's never bad. And if you want extra defenses and a bit of extra speed for like flashbang, like, this is good. But like, first option is always accuracy. But you can equip this if you want a more defensive, more speedy Bounty Hunter. The plus healing received amulet on Antiquarian. This is filler. It's what, like, where is it? All the way up. Here. Plus 30% healing received. like, sure, it's stats. Like, if you have nothing else, you can equip this onto her, but you don't care about this. The reason being is that, firstly, Antiquarian never wants to get hit anyways, because dodge and guard with protect me, and that's all of that just makes this thing completely useless. It's nice if you have nothing else, but if you're at marbles, like I would pick marbles over this, because with this you can avoid a cleave. This, like, sure, you can equip it, but it's not good. Like, speed is much better, basically everything is better, but you know. Then we have the head from Arbalest. No Musketeer. Basically the same character, you know. Where's her trinkets? Bullseye head. 8 accuracy, 5 crit, -4 dodge. I'm gonna talk about this with Arbalest 2. It's the Bullseye headband for her. It's the 8 accuracy doesn't matter for her. Like, her accuracy is already high enough, and like a baseline that you don't need anything extra, so this 8 accuracy just feels sort of weird. The 5 crit is nice, because yes, more crit, but late into the game you can usually find something better, and even early on you have stuff like this mishead, which is usually better. Of course the defensive card sucks, but this has like a -4 dodge card, so like it also has a small defensive card. Like, the dodge isn't really that bad because Arbalest max HP is so good. But like, I would pick this mishead over this. You have Medic's Boots or Medic Greaves on Arbalest. Like, she has so many good options for like range stuff, where like this just kind of falls to the wayside, especially because like the rare trinkets, like, you don't really get them. The only times you can get rare trinkets is short champion missions, which you never do. You're gonna get them in long veteran mission, no, in medium veteran missions. At the time you reach veteran, you usually just do long missions for very rare trinkets and for better rewards, and on long apprentice missions. And that's like, the long apprentice missions is the main source of rare trinkets. Because you actually want to do those with the heroes that are lacking a bit behind in level, because you get more XP for those, and you get better rewards for those. And like, if you find this and you have nothing else you really want to go for, like, sure, you can pick this up. You can use it if you have nothing else, but it's, in the end, it's just a filler. Oh god, it's Life Candle from Antiquarian. Where is it? Here. It's plus 50% healing skills and plus 50% max HP. This thing, it's a secondary option. It's like, sure, like the plus 50% healing, it's decent. It makes the healer actually pretty decent. It's like, it turns into a 5-point heal, which is not that bad. It's on par with something like Battle Heal. And the max HP is sort of whatever, because Antiquarian has already pretty bad max HP, so she doesn't get a lot from this. And she never wants to get hit in the first place, so why are you bringing max HP? Like, this thing, it's nice. Can use it as like your secondary option, but there's a trinket that's just straight up better. I'm gonna talk about that a bit later. Now, a matchstick. For the matchstick. Fuse matchstick, sorry. This is the trophy for the, what's it called? The Pounder. It's 2 speed, 10% damage skills, 10% for damage to range skills, and 6% crit for range skills. Like, sure. I'm just gonna put it here. It's really not that good by the time you get it, because you have musket ball, and a lot of, like, the speed is nice, but like, who do you put this on? Like, Houndmaster, like Ancestor's Pistol, like that already gives him enough speed. And if you want more damage, you can give him musket ball, you can give him spike collar, something else. And like, this is just straight up worse offensive stats than musket ball. So why would you ever bring this on over musket ball and most other characters? It's not bad, but musket ball I would usually pick over it. Ancestor's Pistol I would also pick it up over it. So it's just a filler trinket. It's not on the lower end, but it's not that good. Now, a lot of like I fell to for this as well. Like I thought when I first saw this, the Carapace idol, I thought like this is an endocrine specific trinket, but if it was anyone else, it would be completely broken. This is filler. Nobody cares. If this was on like someone else, maybe, but endocrine specifically, like she gets nothing from this. Her main defense is dodge, and because of her max HP, she doesn't get a lot from prot because she never wants to get hit in the first place. So the 25% prot just doesn't do anything. Like, you don't care about this. Sure, it shares for a bit of damage here, shares for a bit of damage there, but you actually have to get hit with endocrine to get value from this. And what a surprise, you never wanted to get that happen anyway, so when this triggers, you already misplayed, and like it won't actually help a lot because like yeah, it's gonna cut off like 3-4 damage, sure, but Antiquarian is still gonna sit on death's door because her HP is so shit. So like just don't bring this and bring marbles instead, because marbles actually does something. Like even late game, like I would pick this over this all the time. Because 10% dodge is much more valuable than like 25% prot. Or like even Smoking Skull. Because like even if in like a normal team, like I would string bring Smoking Skull over this because yes, Endocrine doesn't do anything anymore, but like she just doesn't get hit anyways anymore because like 35% extra dodge. Now the next one, the Coat of Many Colors. Oh my god. It's all these strings that are so expensive and I just don't play with them because I have to grind for them and I don't care. Like, sure, it's whatever. It's like minus 2% stress, you don't care, plus 2 accuracy. Like, this is actually nice. The issue is, if you bring this on like the first fight, this isn't gonna do anything. And if the character doesn't kill anyone, this won't do anything. And that's also why it's so bad. Because you essentially bring an empty trinket, and because you get this stacking accuracy buff, you usually won't bring another accuracy trinket, because obviously. And that means you have pretty bad accuracy, you won't hit anything, and that's why like proccing this will become unreliable, and when this starts proccing, like sure, you get plus 2 accuracy. But yeah, even if you kill like all enemies, you get plus 8 accuracy. And because that's 2 battles, you kill every enemy in every fight, you get plus 16 accuracy. On ranged characters, you just bring pistol because it's 15 accuracy. On melee characters, you just bring focus ring because it's not as much, but you don't have to jump through hoops to let one character kill every enemy, and you get another offensive bonus on top of that, like even Signet Ring. Like Signet Ring gives defensive stuff as well, and like the minus stress doesn't matter, like the plus accuracy is just not that good, and it's expensive, but you can just grind for it because Clout Matter doesn't take weeks, so yeah, you can essentially grind it endlessly for endless amounts of gold for every crystal trinket, but like this is not the one I would care about. It's just not that great. The downside's obviously like hero killed. If your hero got killed, you are fleeing. Like you are not completing that mission 90% of the time, so like these two just don't matter. Like you retreat and like plus 25% stress, like that's not gonna change anything because you are gonna put them into like a stress relief facility anyways. So like this thing just doesn't do anything. Like the downside are nothing, the upsides, sure, if you can get them rolling, it's 16 accuracy, minus 16% stress. Just bring focus ring, just bring any other accuracy source. Like you have to bring an accuracy trinket in combination with this, and then you have to play around this to actually get value, and that's just bad. Spike color. It's a secondary option probably. Where's Houndmaster's trinkets? Right here. Spike color, 20% damage, 30% bleed skill chance, minus 50% healing skills, and minus 20% healing received. Like, sure, if you run this, you have a very specific Houndmaster in mind. I personally, I don't bring this. Like, the minus 50% healing skills doesn't matter because his healing is just bad. Like, at next level, like wounds heals 8 HP. Like, that's nothing. Like, Salinity is healing like, what, 12? And Absolution is healing like 6, but Absolution heals 11 stress in addition to that. And like, Lick was just kind of bad. The minus 20% healing received, like, obviously it's a bigger issue for him than for like Leper, for example, because he has to guard stuff sometimes and he relies on dodge. And this just doesn't do anything for that. And if you get unlucky, like, this can just matter and it will kill you. The offensive upside of this, 20% damage, this is great. Houndmaster has a bleed, but it's not the main source of his damage. Unless you run Hound's Harry a lot, then yeah, his bleed is the main source of damage. But Hound's Rush, like, the on-hit damage is pretty good actually. Like, it's not outstanding, but it's not as bad as a lot of people think. It's not like PD levels of bad. So, like, the on-hit damage really matters, and getting 20% extra to that is pretty good. The 30% bleed skill chance is, I think, the only, it's the only in-class the trinket that gets more bleed chance, and that obviously makes him good. It a bit better. Like, if you want an extremely offensive Houndmaster with not a lot of other utility, you can bring this in addition to accuracy and just one-shot backliners, especially beasts. But I never care about this. If I get it, it's like, sure, but it's usually just sits in a box for me. But if you care about it, it's a good secondary option, but not really good. These two. I hate these. Where are they? The Crystal Pendant and the Cluster Pendant. Both of these give extra shards given for a plus stress hit. The plus stress doesn't matter, right? But 25% shards does matter as well, because you have to pay shards to get this. And if you, like, this one is just bad because you have to spend 100 shards. With 100 shards, you can buy like most of the trinkets. Like, yes, there are a few that you can't buy, but those, like, you are like a bit off. And just grind it. Like, don't spend your shards on this or the Crystal Pendant. Like, these, they might seem like a pretty good option, but they are way too expensive for what they do. You have to give up a slot, which usually means you don't get as far as if you had like 2 slots, and that's why these are just kind of bad. Like, I would never buy them, I would never equip them, just ignore them. The Countess Fan. No, it's not on there. I'm stupid. Countess Fan. Plus 50% healing received if has Crimson Curse, and minus 50%, 25% bleed resist if has Crimson Curse. I would put it here. Crimson Curse already lowers your bleed resist, which is the main downside of it. And lowering it even further, like, you are resisting any bleeds at that point. And that's really bad. Like, you really want that bleed resist. And like, this healing received thing, like, sure, it helps you, but it's not gonna offset minus 25% bleed resist. And there's a better version of it. Where is it? I'm just gonna rank these when I mention them. Here, this one. This one's a filler one. Where is it? I'm just gonna go up a bit. There, recovery charm. You see this? 40% healing received. Like, this is 10% worse with no downside. Just bring this instead. Like, this all, like, Countess Fan also has the downside that you can't swap it around very easily because everyone has to have Crimson Curse for this to actually do something. And this can just be swapped around for plus 40% healing received on basically every character out of combat and at camp. This is one of the best swapping targets. If you have like an Antiquarian, you can put this onto her and at camp, or if you want food healing, you equip this on that character and they just get a bunch of extra healing. Countess Fan can't really do that. It's just sort of like bad. Like, I would never run this. Then we have the Bell. No, I didn't go past them. I did go past them, huh? My stupid. Oh, here. Cruise Bell. plus 50% move resist, plus 20% healing received. This goes right here. Like, if you have nothing else, sure. Like, this is whatever. Like, the 50% move resist, there's one fight where it matters, but aside from that, like, you don't care about move resist. Because move resist is just sort of bad, because someone else just gets moved, and then your party gets shuffled anyways, and like, this doesn't do anything. Plus 20% healing received. You see this? Just bring this. Like, True Spell is probably the worst of the trophies, and like, I can't put it in a straight up negative because it doesn't have any downsides and it doesn't really hurt you too much if you equip it, aside from like losing a trinket slot. But like, this is terrible. Now we get to a fun one. So Shrieker's Eye, the Distended Cross Eye. So how I'm gonna rank these with like below 75, below 50 Torchlight is I'm gonna consider those as always active, because if I don't, this thing just goes into right here, and that's not something I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna consider all of the secondary activation requirements active. So for this, you are playing a Torchless, and if you do that, this is up here. Like, I will put this ahead of Signet Ring. This is 10 accuracy, great. 30%, 33% disease resist below 75. This is on every Shrieker trinket, which is like nice. It's a bit of extra money saving. Don't get diseased, that's nice, but not too big a deal. And now comes the juicy part. 15% scouting chance. This is amazing. Like, 15% scouting. You see my answers map up here with 25. This thing has no tangible downside aside from like 15% stress, which you don't care about the torches, because if you get hit by a stress attack on torches, like you take like 40 stress anyways, so 50% extra to that, like, you don't care because you are fucked anyways. So like, the scouting is so valuable on torches as well. Like, this is the best Shrieker trinket you can find on torches, and I would pick this over Signet Ring, but I probably wouldn't pick it over Focus Ring. I would run them together, and I would always have this equipped on someone on my party, because it's essentially a scouting trinket coupled with accuracy, and that's amazing. So like, this thing is really good. Like, this answers map, these two are basically insta picks on Torchless. Together they give 40% scouting. It's amazing. In addition to your base 25, you have 65% scouting. You scout essentially every room. That's really good. Like, this thing is so good on Torchless. Obviously on like normal playthrough, it's like a secondary option or like filler, because it's just 10 accuracy and you just get Focus Ring or you get Signet Ring, and then it's better. But for like normal run, for like Torchless runs, this is insane. Like, this is the first pick. Then we have the Tail Feather right below it. 4 speed, the disease resist I'm just gonna read, and the 33% stun resist. If it's Torches, this thing goes up here. It's 4 speed for no downside. Like, you have Baron Slash, which is situation because you need to have a specific character that likes it, and you need to have like a bunch of other stuff, and you get a downside, and you need Crimson Curse. This thing is just neutral, and it gives you more disease resist and more stun resist. Like, stun resist and disease resist aren't super common, but if they come up, like, these really help. And 4 speed is really good. Like, this is the highest you can get from like a neutral trinket, and because Shrieker is pretty easy to fight actually, because you just kind of like bring a party that can survive, and you just survive the encounter, you get this reward, and it's like completely fine. That's why Multi-Tail Feather is pretty good. Like, this is probably my second best Shrieker trinket. Like, all of these are really good at Torchless, but this is like 4 speed is insane on Torchless. Like, it's not a Distended Cross Eye because it's not scouting and it's not accuracy, but this is still really good. On Torch, this is the primary option for like speed, especially early on, because Shrieker can appear at like week 20, and you just can go in and get this, or like Crow's Eye, and both of these are very good. So for normal playthrough, this thing goes into like here because it's still 4 speed, and the best stuff you can get still usually gives 3, and then you get Baron Slash, which gives 4. and of course hero stuff, but this thing is really good. Like, if you find it, you can think about it, and if you want to use it, but sure. Now, Callous Talon. 7 crit and 33% bleed skill chance, like these as always. This thing, like, what do I say? Like, this is the first pick. Like, you, on someone that needs bleed chance, like Flagellant, Houndmaster, 7 crit, that's nice. Like, 7 crit is really good, especially if you want a lot of bleeding. Because if you bleed a lot, you want to crit, because that increases your chance of the bleed to stick, and it increases the duration, so it's nice against bosses. And like Flagellant likes this a lot. Like, if his stuff starts to crit, like, he's dealing a bunch of damage, and like with this, you have plus 50% to bleed skill chance if you crit, and that's good. Like, this is the best skill chance you can usually get for the characters that have bleed, and that's why Callous Talon is so good. So, like, on torches, if you have someone that bleeds, pick this. Like, you bring this onto them most of the time. Maybe not Flagellant later on, because you want like a lot of other stuff, but this is still very good. So, of course, you can run it on a cultist, so you crit more, but you do a little bit of funny. The maximum you can increase occultist bleed chance to is 50%, so at max level it has a base chance of 120, which still can bleed a lot of characters very consistently, but still, that's fun. This is the only one that's bad. It's the multi-tail feather, wing feather. 10 dodge and like move resist. Like, this doesn't matter. Like, nobody cares about this. It's 10 dodge for 15% stress. Like, what are you doing? Like, this is another thing. Like, on torches, it's like just bring anything else, because anything else is usually not helpful. And on normal runs, it's like bring Camo Cloak. Where's Camo Cloak? I'm just gonna rank it. Where is it? This thing. It's a secondary option. It's the best dot trinket you can usually find. I'm just gonna put it right next to Ancestor's Code, because they basically do the same thing. This is weaker because it's 5 less dodge. You don't get any meaningful upside over this, so that's why it's just down here. No, the expensive one. All the way down, there it is, not including healed. Like, are you gonna question that? It's 15% max HP, sure. Crusader, like, this isn't bad on him. He has great max HP, and with the other stuff you can actually consider running this. 5% random target chance. This can fuck you over sometimes, but you won't be mad if you throw like a stunning blow to the backline, so this usually will help you more than it hurts. But if you are going for a more Holy Lens focused Crusader, don't bring this. Because it's just gonna hurt you, because you plan on like hitting a specific backline and then just hit like a frontliner, and then it's just bad. The 25% stun skill chance, this is why you pick it. This is the main part. 25% stun skill chance, like the other one he has, the other trinket, it's also very good. Where is it? I'm just gonna rank it as well. Here, Paralyzer's Crest. This thing, it's a first pick as well. Like, these two go right next to each other. Obviously, you pick the health over it, because it's more skill chance if you have Holy Water, which you can usually just keep there because Crusader brings it. Holy Water is just nice to have. The on attack hit, Blight, sure. This usually won't stick because the chance is horrible, especially at champion, which is probably when you get it, because look at that price tag, man. So like, it's a bit of extra damage, but you usually don't care. Like, the main reason you bring this is extra stun chance, extra max HP. You can stun the backline randomly with this, sure. Like, that's why you pick this over Paralyzer's Crest. Paralyzer's Crest, I'm just gonna rank it as well. Where is it? There. It's 20% stun skill chance, -2 dodge. It's one of the best green trinkets in the game. Like, you bring this into late game missions if you don't have non-included health. It's -2 dodge on Crusader, and you don't care. Like, he has the second highest HP. Like, why would you care about 2 dodge? And 20% stun skill chance is with no other downside. It's great. This thing is a bit better, but it's conditional, so these two are about even. Like, just pick the one you like more. Usually it's non-included help because you get to play with it less often and you grind it for it most likely, unless you just got a mod to like get more crystals. Like, I do that all the time. This thing is like fancy, and that's why you want to play with it. Then we have Cudgel Weight. 25% stun chance, -1 speed. This thing is a secondary option. The minus speed hurts so much. Like, if you want to stun, you want to be fast, so you outspeed the enemy and you can stun them before they can act. This works against her with the -1 speed. The stun skill chance obviously is amazing because Houndmaster doesn't get any other good stun support. It puts his stun up to a maximum of 165, and that's good. It's not Occultist level at 180, but it's still nice, especially for a green one. Like, if you find this at like the green pool, like, equip this, you run it, and it's fine. Like, especially if you have later on, if you have something like Answer's Pistol, you can pair these two together because this gives you extra accuracy and extra speed, and this cuts that speed a tiny bit for a lot of extra stun. But if you bring this, you really want to focus on the stun. If you don't, like, this just doesn't do anything. But yeah, it's nice. Like, you can run this on like most Houndmasters that are on the front line. The mirror. Disney Mirror. 4 speed against Bloodsuckers, 20% skill chance against Bloodsuckers. This is situational. In Crimson Court, if you are doing Baron or like any of the longer missions, this thing is a must bring. Like, stun is so good in Crimson Court, especially PD. PD is so good. You want to stun basically every enemy there because all of them suck. Like, you want to stun chefs, the reposed guys, the big ladies. You want to stun the manservants, you want to stun the mosquitoes. Like, that's basically all of them. Like, the only ones that you don't want to stun is like the bug guys, but those guys you just, like, they are immune to stun, so that's why you don't care about them. And all of those enemies are super fast, so having an extra 4 speed, that's huge. Like, this thing is one of the best ones for like card clearing. Like, I will actually go for this on like a pretty like mid-game boss, just to have it when I go and fight Baron, because it's so good. Like, 4 speed is insane, and 20% stun skill chance is insane as well, and all of this has no downside. Like, this is amazing. Like, it's one of the best situation trinkets in the game, but also of that situation it doesn't do anything. But you know, that's why I've created this tier, just to put stuff like this in here. But like, this thing isn't even a first pick. Like, this thing is up here against Bloodsuckers. Like, it's so good. Oh, time to rank Flagellant trinkets. Alright. So, Flagellant trinkets are basically all terrible. If you want like to know which ones are good, just none of them. 20 color, 10% death blow resist, 20 dodge and death store, 20% if stress above 85. This is nothing. Like, I just see 10% death blow resist. Like, 20 dodge and death store. Unreliable, it's extremely conditional, and Flagellant's dodge is pretty bad. And if he's afflicted with Raptures, he already gets a big dodge cut, so this just doesn't matter. Like, come on. Dodge for Flagellant? Seriously? Why? 20% damage is stress above 85. Why would you be above 85? Why would you do such a thing? Just keep him low. Like, Rapturous is less bad than the other afflictions, but it's still an affliction, which means it's still not good. So you never want to really afflict with Flagellant intentionally, and that's why his one camp skill with like 3 points, minus 50% stress on him, that's minus 50 stress on him, that one's amazing. And that's why this condition will never be fulfilled. So 90% of the time, this thing is just 10% death process. And nobody cares. Like, even if you are going for like Mature Flagellant, which is Flagellant Death Store, you never bring this, because there's another option which is just straight up better. I'm gonna rank that one as well right now. Martyr Seal. I'm gonna put it into situational. I thought about putting this into filler, but I can't put these two next to each other. Like, that's a sin. Like, these two are worlds apart. I'm just gonna show you what it does. It gives you 60% damage, 40% crit, 12% death process, 15% max HP. Like, these two are nice. This is like the pure upside. This is why it's also better than like whatever this is. It's more death blow resist. It gives another just neutral upside, which is 50% max HP. And like, all of this is amazing. Like, if you are playing Martyr Flag, this is all great, because Exang like is basically always gonna crit, and it's gonna deal a huge amount of damage. Like, he gets his death to all stuff, he gets his below 40% buff, and he gets plus 60%. Whoa, like, that man is dealing like double damage and critting all the time, and he's super fast. Like, this thing is really good on Flagellant if you're playing Martyr Flag, which I don't recommend because it's super risky for not worth the payoff. Of course, he can hit big numbers, but like, he can just kill stuff like normal, so you don't care about it too much, and you have to play around it a lot because you need to guard Flagellant most of the time, and then like all of that becomes a huge hassle for like double damage Flagellant, which just have the other character actually hit enemies. Done. Double damage achieved. I mean, not exactly, but you know what I mean. Like, Martyr Seal is good for that specific scenario, but basically nothing else. Other characters that are going for like Death Store setups, like, sure. But then you have Death Store debuffs to deal with, which is like a damage card, which is a speed card, which is cards to speed. Like, then the character becomes so bad, and like, all of this just doesn't help it. Of course, if you're going for big numbers screenshots, like, this is the main reason you can get something like 200 damage crit from Leper, because it's an insane damage increase. So that's why, but usually you never need to run this, which is why it's very situational. Now, more shitting on Flagellant trinkets. Where's this special trinket? Man, I tried to make this work, but it just isn't. Minus 25% max HP, plus 30% damage, plus 30% bleed skill chance against Husk, and 25% healing received if HP below 20%. See this? That's bad. Like, Flagellant can just die. Like, you get hit by like one attack, which puts you at like 2/3. You get crit once, you are dead. Like, you get crit with like a damage over time effect, you are completely dead. Like, this is so bad. Like, this makes him super fragile. 30% damage is nice because it's a big damage increase, but Flagelland's main damage source is the bleed most of the time, so sure. The bleed skill chance against Husk, this is actually pretty good because it's 30% bleed skill chance. Like, the biggest you can get on him, I think. No, it's Shard of Glass, but the best one you can usually get is this thing, which gives 33%. So this is actually quite nice, but it's only against Husk, so you can make use of it outside of Farmstead, and in Farmstead, Flagellant isn't great because his limited skills effects just kind of limit him. This thing, like plus 20% healing received with HP below 20%, I have no idea why this is here. Like, why isn't this 40%? Like, he gets all of his other stuff at 40%. Like, 20? Huh? Why? Like, if this, like this, sure. It applies sometimes, but most of the time you just press Exang or redeem as soon as possible, because you don't want Flag sitting at low HP, because he can die. And you don't want someone to die, right? So that's why you never want to be below 20%, and if you are below 20%, you either misplayed, or you're going to adjust for this and like, sure. But this thing, like, it's actually down here. Like, the upsides are pretty okay, but this is so bad. Like, minus 25% max HP is really bad, especially with Flagellant, who really likes having max HP, because if you have more max HP with him, you get to below 30% with more HP, so you can actually tank a hit, even if you are like in Exang range, and then you get hit again, you don't instantly die, but you still have like 1-2 HP left, which means you can just tank another hit, and yeah, like, that's a lot better. But this thing, just don't use it. I tried to make it work, it didn't. and just I hate it so much. Like if you manage to make it work, sure, but that's gonna take a lot, and it's you probably not worth it. Now more flattering stuff. Where is it? Is it so up? My god. Which one is this? The green one? Resurrection color, yeah. Plus 30% healing skills, minus 15% bleed chance. You lose all of your offense for nothing. Like, this affects Exsanguinate, and it affects Redeem. Reclaim doesn't get affected by plus healing skills. It only gets affected by regen effects, and this just doesn't do anything. Like, Exang gets super bad because the bleed is unreliable. All of his other stuff becomes more unreliable. Like, this thing is so bad. Like, this is exactly for like one skill. And for that skill, like, you need to be below 40%. Now do you get below 40%? That's right. With other stuff. And until then, you aren't doing anything because his damage is unreliable. Of course, this is pretty good for like Reclaim because he doesn't bleed himself more, but then you can't get any value from this because if you aren't bleeding yourself, then you aren't getting a low HP unless you are getting hit. And like, how do you guarantee that? Like, even if you mark yourself, it's not guaranteed unless it's against specific enemies. And if it's against those specific enemies, you're just gonna get completely shafted because there's gonna be 4 enemies. They see you, oh, you marked yourself. 4 enemies pile on you, you die. End of story. Like, this thing is so bad. Like, never use this. This is not a single use. The next one, Suffering's color. That's here. Like, I kind of put it below anything because it's still 10% max HP, which is nice. But these two, like, what are you doing? Like, 20% bleed resist, but if HP below 40%, you are just gonna get dead before that, and nothing's gonna change. And like, 20% isn't a lot. Like, a lot of stuff just gives more than this. Like, there's great trinkets that gives more than this. Like, the grey ones, all of the 20% lead resist or 20% blight resist for like 2 dodge. I would run those over this because it's so horrid. Like, these are both conditional. This is essentially just 10% max HP. You know what you can bring instead? This thing. 50% max HP. And also Death Store stuff. Like, this is just straight up better. Like, you don't care about this. It's so bad. Heartburst Hood. You know why? If you are Death Store and you have a bleed, you want someone else to go before you so they can get you off of Death Store. If you have 4 speed, like, in addition to Flagellant's Death Store buff, he's gonna go first. Issue with that is, if he has a bleed, he's dead. Like, come on. Is conditional 4 speed really worth it? No, it's not. Like, he has so many other stuff he wants to do. Like, this is just bad. Punishment Hood. What do I say? Like, plus 20% bleed skill chance. This makes his best. That makes the best single target skill in the game bad. This makes all of his other healing that he needs to keep himself alive unreliable. Or like worse. What? Why do you care? Why do you care about 50% damage? You are dying, my guy. This is legit for 1 attack. Because you are gonna use Exang, you're off of below 40%. And like this actually crippled you, and you get 20% bleed skill chance. You know what other trinket gives this? This thing. You know where this goes? Up here. Like, this thing is horrid. Like, never use this. But yeah, anyways. The other thing I thought, just randomly put some there. Where is it? Where's it? Beat amulet, right here. This is one of the other very good green trinkets. It's 20% bleed skill chance, which is fine. It's the biggest you can get on like anything that isn't torches because you don't have this thing. It's 20% bleed resist, good. Like, bleed resist is always nice. Minus 20% blight resist, of course, this kind of sucks because, you know, minus blight resist is never good, but usually this isn't as bad, so that it makes this 20% bleed resist not worth it. Like, this is the primary bleed skill chance trinket you can find, and you actually bring this into like champion missions because it's just like the only option you have. Especially on Flagellant, you want this over the other bleed skill chance trinkets because on Reclaim, this is even. because you get 20% extra skill chance for the self bleed, but you also get 20% extra bleed resist to resist the self bleed. So this is a net 0. And if you get something else that increases your bleed resist, like, that's why you run this over everything else. Like, this is amazing. That's why it's up here compared to whatever this is. Now, Antiquarian. Time to get into a main good one. Fleet Florin. This thing is the first option for her. Like, this is amazing. Look at this. 4 speed, no downside. Just look at that. 4 speed on a setup heavy character with no downside. You see other trinkets that have 4 speed. This thing, downside. 15% stress. Sure, doesn't matter a lot. If you are untouched, this is probably better, but still, this is 4 speed, no downside. What else do we have? Conditional. Extreme conditional. Conditional. Nothing down here as well. Like, this thing is insane. Like, 4 speed for like no downside doesn't exist. Like, this thing is a downside, everything else has a downside, this doesn't. And like the 20% debuff skill chance, sure. If you are running Flash Powder, it's nice, but you don't have to run Flash Powder late into the game anymore. It's still very good against size 2 enemies because you just stack it onto them and they just can't hit anymore. It's also good against specific enemies that have low accuracy and you put like Flash Powder onto them and they just can't hit you. Like, that's amazing. But usually later in the game you just care about dodge powers a lot more, and 4 speed still helps with that. Like, this 4 speed is the main reason you pick this. Like, if you don't have any other support stuff like Answers map to put onto her because you don't want to, or it's a mission where you prefer stats over scouting, it's like you bring this onto her if you have nothing else you want to swap around, because this is amazing. Like, bring this. This is huge. Next one. Flash Assault. Another easy one. Great. Flash Assault. You're going up here. This is easily the best trophy in the game. It's 50% bleed resist and 15% max HP. I already talked about a bit earlier. Like, it's a huge defensive increase. Like, you put this into anyone, they usually won't die. It's great for Flagellant because he gets more max HP, so he still has more HP if he gets below 40%. And like, Reclaim won't bleed you anymore. And then Reclaim becomes like 12 points, no downside. From anywhere on anyone. Huge. Like, this is the reason you want to complete warrants. Like, I do exactly 2 champion warrants missions. The first one is Swanking and the second one is Flash. Why? Because I want Flash Assault. Like, just because of that. Like, I need to do Swanking so I can unlock Flash, and I need to do Flash for Flash Assault. Done. Like, those are the 2 warrants missions I do in the entire game. Champion warrants mission I do in my entire runs. Just for this. This is so good. Now, Top Shelf Tonic from why am I saying Plague Dog? Grave Robber. Where is it? Right here. 15 notches of medicinal herbs in inventory, 3 speed, minus 20% blight resist, plus 50% blight duration. Like, for ranged Grave Robber you can use it, but ranged Grave Robber has a lot of pretty good options, so like, this is nice as well. It's 15 dodge conditionally, and medicine herbs you don't keep around a lot because they have a lot of cure interactions, so you just dump these a lot. And the 3 speed, this is great. Like, more speed on Grave Robber, sure. She already has the highest base speed of any hero, but increasing that, sure. Minus 20% bleed resist, you know, sucks. Blight duration, like, this is nice for poison darts, but not much else. And this is mainly done for like range Grave Robber, and if you run range Grave Robber, this is like a good secondary option, but you have a lot of better options that I'm gonna talk about like right now because I want to. This thing. It's all the way up there. This is the Sharpened Lead Opno from Crimson Court for Grave Robber. 25% damage melee skills, 10 accuracy for melee skills, 5 dodge. Where's the downside? This is insane. Like, what? Like, if this was on like Hellion, broken. Crusader, broken. Leper, completely broken. What do we have on Grave Robber? You have Lunge. Lunge, still great. Like, this is the this essentially marks what Grave Robber's all about, lunge. And that's why this thing is all the way up here. Like, lunge is the only really good thing she really has going for her. Like, poison darts obviously can stake very long, especially if you have this. It already has a base duration of 4. So with this, it goes up to 6 turns. If you crit, it goes up to 8 turns, if I remember correctly. And like, that's a lot of damage. Like, it stacks up really quickly, but like, you like, sure, it's nice, but you know what's also nice? Having this Dismiss head, and like Grave Robber is just gonna crit something for 40 on like week 2. Like, as soon as you find this, you pick this, you put it onto Grave Robber, you put Dismiss head onto Grave Robber. She has accuracy, she has plus 50% damage to melee skills, 5 dodge. Like, you are rolling shit. Like, if you do like Shadow Fate, like, you are on Apprentice with a level 0 Grave Robber. You are critting for like 60 consistently. Like, this thing is that good. Like, it's completely nuts. If this was on any character, like, another tier above this. Like, this would be like up here. It's so good. Like, this raw stats of this are pretty nuts. Like, how did this get through testing? Like, how did these 4 get through testing? Like, come on, man. Alright. Then to rank something I never really use. Where is it? Where does it go down? Hex they do. Sure. Like, that's all I can say to it. It's like 30% blight skill chance, 40% blight resist, 40% disease resist. Sure. Like, the blight skill chance characters. Who do we have? Grave Robber. You know what Grave Robber just does? Yeah, I just talked about it. You have PD. You can remove her own blight. You don't care about the blight resist anymore. She can remove her own disease. You don't care about these 2 anymore. You have A-Bomb. A-Bomb has the in-kit option, which is much better, which is Paradox of Transference, which has 20% stun resist, stun skill chance, and 20% blight skill chance. That one's great. And like, he has naturally high blight resist and naturally high disease resist, if I remember correctly. So these 2 don't help him out. And like, who else? Why would you use this? It's like, it's not bad, but it's not good either. It's like, there's so many other options I would pick over this. It's just filler. And sure. Like, you can equip this if you have nothing else. If you want to use it because it's a fancy trophy, sure, go ahead. But like, there's a lot of better options. Now the next one, Thirsting Blade. I love this thing. This thing is so nuts. 15 accuracy. What do I say? That's enough. Like, I don't need to really address this stuff. 15 accuracy? Great trinket. Like, on Hellion, 15 accuracy is huge. Because if you get 15 accuracy on her, she can just not run a second accuracy trinket, and she can still hit backline stuff very consistently. Minus 20% bleed resist, sure. This is the reason it isn't like up here. 2 speed, great. Like, you want extra speed, right? 8% crit against versus bleeding. This is good for bleed out spam. If you are spamming bleed out at the end of fights, you get an extra 8% crit. If you crit with bleed out, you are back to your positive damage, even though you have like 1 or 2 debuffs on top of you, because you get a 33% extra damage against bleeding targets, so it's an effect of minus 7% even after like 2 attacks. And on attack miss, self boost 5 HP. If you look at this first stat, right, you can see why this doesn't matter a lot. Like, it's up here. You pick this over Focus Ring because 15 accuracy, but it can, in my opinion, it doesn't make the jump up here. It's a bit expensive, and the bleed resist does make it a little bit fragile. If you get unlucky, you just miss an attack against like Virgo or something, and you still lose 5 HP. So that makes it a bit fragile, so I can't just put it up here because these things are like no downside. The next trinket. Hassfang Missile for Handmaster. What is this? Like, what is this mess? Please explain. 50% bleed chance, skill chance if dog trees are in inventory. You want to use these. Like, these need to get out of your inventory ASAP, because they take up a whole slot. Like, you are gonna forget about them 90% of the time. So they just sit in your inventory, take up a space, and this gives you 50% bleed skill chance. Just use this. Just use this. End of story. 40% stress skills while guarding. So how the guard works from Houndmaster is you apply it, and then the duration instantly ticks down. So essentially his guard only lasts a single turn. And because of that, you have to use guard, stress heal, and then you can do something else. You really don't have flexibility with to get this. So like, this really doesn't help. The other thing is that plus stress healing skills is bad. Like, it's horrid. Sure, you get 2 extra points, or like 1 extra point stress healing. Sure. Do you care? No. You just press it again next turn. And there are so many better options to just prevent it instead of healing like 1 extra point. So this doesn't help. -10 dodge. Why? Houndmaster's guard is all about dodge. Why is there a -10 dodge outside? Huh? Then like the plus 66% guard duration is as like another turn. I guess it makes this a bit better, but like, this just hurts the guard so much. This doesn't actually exist. It's not an upside because you just use these. And so this thing is like, I kind of want to put it in straight up negative. Like, -10 dodge is, it's not bad enough. No, it's not bad enough. It's filler. Like, I can put it in the straight up negative because all of this still is an upside. You get an extra guard turn, you get a bit of extra stress healing sometimes, you get a bit of extra reach chance for like the first fight or until you drop the dog treats or you use them both. It's like, this is gone super fast. This works sometimes. This is a crippling downside, and this is nice. So it's like filler. Crystalline gunpowder. Oh my god, this, every time I look at this, it hurts so much. Because I know I won't use this. This thing is a good secondary option. Why is it a good secondary option, you might ask? That's the reason. You just run these two. Highwayman has the best set in the game. Like, this is great. Like, both of them are first picks on their own, and together they are completely broken. Like, these two give Highwayman every stat he would ever want, and essentially immunity to stress. Crystalline gunpowder can't keep up with that. Like, its stats are good. Like, 20% damage, 3 speed. Great stat, right? Like, this is $300 plus. -15% stun resist. This sucks a bit because it makes your supposed a bit less inconsistent. A little more inconsistent because you can get stunned and then riposte gets cancelled. And that sucks because riposte is kind of his main source of damage. And this is sort of bad. It's still good. Like, if you don't have Crimson Cord, like, get this, because this is done. Like, if you don't have these two, this thing goes up to like first picks because it's a huge offensive increase, even though it's damage, and I would prefer crit or accuracy. And because of this re-speed, like, this is still good. Now let's talk about the other two that I just put above it. Where are they? Bloody Neckerchief. 2 speed, 10 dodge, no downside. It's the first pick. Like, it's Feather Crystal plus, and Feather Crystal is a really good trinket. Like, 10 dodge is like not that good because it's not 15, but you get 2 speed on top of that. So it's better than these two, just because I would prefer 2 speed over 5 dodge. And there's no downside, so it's either a good secondary option or first pick. You can argue about that. I would use the first pick. Shameful Locket. It's focus ring without the downside. It's 10 accuracy, 5 crit, plus 15% stress. You don't care about this because Highwayman is killing stuff all the time. And if you kill stuff all the time, you will heal more stress because if you kill stuff, you have a chance to get healed. Heal a bit of stress. And that's why, like, this isn't a downside. And the -8 dodge does actually hurt Highwayman quite a bit because he's not very fragile, but he does have a decent amount of dodge, so losing him more of that kind of sucks. But this just doesn't do that. And then you have the 45% virtue chance. Why is this here? You get a base 70% chance to virtue. This makes this a non-downside, because you get to 100 stats, sure, you have 70% chance to just ignore it and just get a buff. Like, this is nuts. Like, this thing by itself is like up here. I'm just gonna put this up here. Just know that these two together are completely up here, and this thing is either here or here. I will put it here at the very bottom of it, but you can make an argument for a good secondary option, but like these two together are up here, so I'm just gonna put them there together, so you know. Yeah, next one, accuracy strong. Oh, this thing, my god, it's gonna feel so bad. It's 4 accuracy minus 1 speed. Like, I gotta put it here. Like, just for how impactful it is in the early game. Like, this is a very common trick, right? So you can find this on, like, just from like floor root, very consistently. Shrews, they can just give you this. Early on, this is the best source of accuracy you can find. Like, then it's a first pick, because you want accuracy early on. And like 4 accuracy, pretty good. And just because of that, I'm not gonna put it down here. Like, normally, like, obviously it's filler, or like even down here, but especially if you look at it from an end game perspective, this thing is like filler, straight up negative. But just because of the early game impact, I'm gonna put it here. Or like, yeah, I'm gonna call the early game a situation, so I can put it here. It's like, this thing early on, this is what you want. There's like another trinket you want, but this is the very common stuff. This is what you want. Find this, equip this, minus 1 speed, sure. 4 accuracy is so important, because you are in desperate need of accuracy early on, because you are just missing stuff. So that's why it's here. Then this thing, the talon, the worst one, agility talon. Yeah, 1 speed, 4 dodge. You find this early on. It's like a good. It like, this is filler essentially. It's 1 speed, 4 dodge. Early on, it's nice. It's pretty good stats, because 1 speed, not bad. 4 dodge, not bad as well. It has no downside, so it's just like a good filler option. Later on, this obviously falls off, because there's so much better stuff up here, but early on, this is what you want. Like, you are never mad if you get this from like Trinket Scrounge. You equip it onto Bounty Hunter, and sure, it makes him better, and that's all I can say to it. Next one. Oh yeah, the same trinket, but for Houndmaster essentially. Where is it? Where's Houndmaster? Agility Whistle. 4 dodge, 1 speed, minus 20% debuff resist. You're going right next to it. This is technically worse, because, you know, minus 20% debuff resist, but it's still good. It's still a good filler. Just same argumentation as with this. The Ranger Ring. Where is it? Archer's Ring, yeah. 5 accuracy range skills, minus 1 speed. This thing, yeah, it's not good. Like, yes, it's accuracy, but even early on, like, the range characters really like their speed. So, like PD, would you put this onto PD? It makes him more consistent, yes, but at the same time, would you lose 1 speed for it? Like, you have to consider for yourself. In my opinion, it's not worth it. That's why I never take it. Even if I have it early on, I don't take it. Even on like maybe Highwayman, but like, usually you never find a use for this, in my opinion. Of course, if you think this is good, put it up here. Completely fine with me. I see the point, but in my opinion, it's just a negative. It's minus 1 speed for like 5 accuracy for ranged, which you don't really need most of the time. Then the Beast Ring. I'm just gonna put all the rings into the categories now. Beast Slayer's Ring, 25% damage against beasts, minus 8 dodge. Or the Slayer rings share this. The Beast one, like, it's filler. It's not good. Beasts appear everywhere, but they aren't like super consistent when they appear. It's like in the wild, yes, they appear a lot because of dogs, but at the same time there's like human eldritch, the scratchers. There's like a lot of beasts, but at the same time there's eldritch and human as well. So this is not consistent there. Oh, warrants, yeah, sure, that's right. Yeah, I'm just gonna put this here. It's like, if you bring this into warrants, yes, it's good, but every other region is not that great. Where's the other rings? Man, I should have sorted this. Oh, the Eldritch Ring. This thing actually goes a bit higher. It's not. Oh, it's still situational. This thing is great for the late game, because in the late game everything is Eldritch. So this just helps. It's 25% damage. If you want it, it's a nice secondary option. Like all of them aren't like first picks, but they are like secondary options most of the time because they are just damage. You need accuracy first, and then you pick these. But if you pick them, they are good. Yeah. The other ones. Oh my god, there's so much stuff to still go through, man. Boy, there's so many trinkets. My god. I missed them. I'm mad. Gotta go up again. Oh yeah, I found the unholy ring. This one is just bad. Yeah, so unholy, like, they are just in ruins, and ruins is pretty easy already, so you don't bring this there. There's a lot of better options to just bring there, like Crusader just gets this built in, so like meh. And then later on, I saw it already, it's down here, you get this thing, the Necromancer's Collar. This thing is like filler. No, this takes the spot of this thing. I'm just gonna scroll down to the trophies. Yeah, you have Necromancer's Collar, it's 20% damage against unholy, 8 crit against unholy. It's just a ring plus, because there's no downside, but you lose 5% damage. You just take it for that. It's situational, but like, it's still not good because you don't really go into ruins anymore, and in the late game there's not a lot of stuff that it works against. But I forgot the ring, right? Like, there's gotta be one more. I thought there was one more. Apparently I'm going insane. I just missed it because I'm stupid. I got you. Manslayer's ring, right? I knew there was one. Where is it? Where's Manslayer's ring? Oh, right there. My god. Yeah, this thing goes there as well. Like, these four are essentially the stuff you bring into like the specific regions. Technically this, but you just take this. And minus 8 touch for like 25% damage against the stuff that usually dies in one hit anyways. Is like, sure. Yeah, these are situational. You bring these two into the late game. And maybe this. But yeah, if you face a specific type of enemies a lot, you bring these, and yeah, that's the plan. Like, that's what you do with those. Now, Berserker. I'm gonna explain to you why this is bad in one single stat. Minus 5 accuracy. Explained. 3 speed, 15 damage. 3 speed is really good, 15% damage, whatever. It's like, I would rather have crit, and minus accuracy, that's just bad. Yes, the other two stats are great, but minus 5 accuracy is still not worth it. Like, you can get basically the same stats from Crescendo box, but you don't have to take that big a stress hit, you don't have to take that big a virtue chance hit. Like, you get 1 extra speed for minus 5 accuracy, 5% stress, and minus 10% virtue chance. Just bring Crescendo box. Like, this thing, like, everything that has minus accuracy on it is usually very bad, very situational. So that's why this thing is just down here. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna even explain it. Like, it's up here. Like, if you don't put this up there, like, you don't know about the game, like anything. This gives PD every stat she wants. Range accuracy, blight chance, stun chance, done. Like, this is insane. This has been historically one of the best trinkets. If you see it, you pick this. Like, there's maybe one other scenario that I'm gonna touch on a bit later that you maybe don't get this, but like, this is so good. It's an insta-equip on every PD. You bring it every time. Like, PD's trinket build is literally just try to get as close to blasphemous vial stats as possible. So, like, the plus stress, nobody cares. Like, that's not a stat. You don't care about that. Especially not if you stun both backliners. So, this thing is just up here. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, remember those stones I talked about that give -2 dodge for like 20% extra resist? This thing is for bleed. And when you get it early on, it's a first pick. Like, you bring this every time. And even later on, it's still like a good situational secondary option. Like, it's still 20% bleed resist. Like, it's not bad. You aren't super mad if you pick this. Yeah, I'm gonna put it down to filler because there's a few ones that like get up here later on, but this is still good. I'm just gonna do the blight one as well. It's this one. It goes right next to it. Like, it's slightly worse because blight is less common, but it does the same thing. This thing, it's for Hellion. Yeah, Bleeding Pendant, 50% bleed skill chance. It's filler. Like, you don't care about this, especially a whole lot. The stats Hellion really wants is crit and especially accuracy. And like, her bleed is just an afterthought. Like, if it sticks, nice. But if it doesn't stick, like, her massive on-hit damage is gonna carry it. So, yeah, put this here. And if you want to go for heavy bleed Hellion, yeah, this thing is just there. Next one. It's this, but worse, and you don't care about that. Like, losing speed for bleed skill chance, meh. Like, you don't really need that, so it's down here. Like, even early on, you don't equip this. This thing is just bleed amulet, but for blight, and because of that, it goes in the filler. The difference between these two is that most blight characters already have really good options for bleed chance, like Blasphemous Vial. So that's why this thing is just down here, and losing bleed resist is worse than losing blight resist because bleed is more common than blight. And the bleed options just aren't good. Like, you can look at Flagellant down here. Great. And yeah, that's why these two are very different. So, you know. This thing, same story. You don't care about this. You don't equip it. It's minus speed. Nobody wants this. This thing. 30% bleed resist, if I remember correctly. Where is it? Yeah, blood charm. 30% bleed resist. Yeah. It's filler, but it's very good filler. Like, this thing could almost be in here, but I don't want to put it in here because there's another thing that's just better than it. I'm just gonna rank it like right now. But like, this is a very good trinket. Like, even though I'm gonna put it up here, like right next to the other one. Like, it's technically just straight up worse, but I would take this in the level 6 missions, and I would consider bringing this because it's a large amount of bleed resist. Bleed really hurts, especially in the late game, so having more bleed resist is just good. Bloody Fetish. I gotta put it down here, I guess. Like, Bloody Fetish is really good early on. Like, you equip this every time. It's 20% blight resist and 20% bleed resist, right? And minus 20% disease resist. This matters because if you have any amount of stress at the end of dungeons, there's a chance you get a disease, and that chance gets lowered by your disease resist. So this actually matters at the end of missions. Like, even if you're doing like a short mission and nobody's highly stressed, you can still get a disease because of stuff like this. Obviously, the upside is good, but the downside costs you money, and you never want that. So, but even still, like, early on, you still equip this every time. It's still amazing. It's these two mixed together for a more meta downside, I guess. But yeah, the one I want to talk about with resist, garlic. This thing gives you, where is it? Just gonna scroll down to it. It's very rare. Fortifying Guard. You can only have one of this, but it gives you 33% blood resist, 33% bleed resist, and 33% disease resist. This is an amazing defensive trinket until you find like Flash Assault. Like until then, this is like your primary defensive trinket. You can equip this on like one character, and if another character wants more bleed resist, you equip this. Done. Like that's essentially why you have this. Yeah. Anyways, that thing. I can't even remember its name. It's that forgettable. Like I hate, like it doesn't do anything. Oh yeah, Bloodthirst Ring. Minus 100% food consumed, plus 10% max HP, minus 25% healing received. What? What is this? Like 10% max HP? Really? Like this is the only real upside, and this is like really just sell this, and most likely you are gonna get enough money to make up the cost of the food you have to buy for this. Like, come on. And this is an actual downside because minus 25% healing, that's a lot. Like, you know, this thing, it gives you minus 20%? Yeah, like, this is somehow worse. And it doesn't provide nearly enough upside to compete with this. So, like, Bloodthirst Ring, no because. Justice. Bloody Dice, I think. Where is it? There, Bloody Dice. 30% bleed skill chance, minus 10% bleed resist. Just spam Battle Ballad. Like, it's minus 10% bleed resist. A huge downside for Jester because his HP is so low. And, like, you have to rely on dodge, and if you have low bleed resist inclination, like, this sucks. Oh my god. There are so many left. Wow. Anyway, PD. PD is down here, right? Please be down here, PD. Bloody Herb. This thing is situational. It's 10 accuracy for melee skills, 30% bleed skill chance, 20% damage for melee skills. This is all for Incision. The reason why I put it into situational and not bad is because Incision is actually really good. Incision in a void does more damage than Noxious Blast. It takes like 40 turns for like Noxious Blast to catch up, which is not a time frame for like anything. The reason Body Feather is only situational is because Incision is situational. You run Incision when PD is in rank 3 instead of rank 4. And then you can run Bloody Herb if you have a speed quirk. Because PD wants speed and she wants Blasphemous Vial. And if you already have speed and she already has Blasphemous Vial, you can equip this and just have Incision be a really good move. So that's why it's here. Don't sleep on Incision. Please use it. At least a bit. At least try it out. Especially in COD. It's amazing in Crimson COD. Like, you one-tap stuff. The Disease Book. Where is it? Book of Constitution. 30% blood resist, 30% disease resist, minus 1 speed. Like, sure. Like, you think this is good, but then you never use it because of the minus speed. Like, you have this, which is minus 2 dodge for like 20% blood resist. And you have this, which costs like an actual stat. And that sucks. So that's why it's down here. Book of Holiness. No, just don't. Like, with minus 20% stress, nobody cares. Like, minus 50 is such a non-thing. Like, oh yeah, you took a 20 stress hit. You lowered by 4 to 16? Do you even notice? No, you didn't. No. You don't notice the impact of this thing, and you will completely ignore it, like it doesn't do anything. Like, and the minus death blow is like, yes, it doesn't technically matter because death blow never helps you anyways, but just have it, please. This thing, Book of Tome of Holy Healing for Vestal. Did I scroll past them? Yes, I did. Tome of Holy Healing, this is her best base game healing trinket. It's 25% healing skulls for minus 15% max HP. Yes, this sucks, but this sucks less than the rest of her trinkets. Like 25% healing skills, great. Like just use it. Like this is the thing I use for the most of the time. There's some that are better, like Crimson Cloud stuff is a bit better, but and like Ancestor Scrolls better, but this thing is good. Like it's solid. There's a prize book. I saw it. Book of Intuition. Minus 20% chance party surprise, minus 1 speed. This is filler. It tries to be Lantern, but it misses the important part, which is that the enemies are more likely to be surprised. And that's what makes Lantern so good, and that's what makes this not as good. It's still decent, but like I wouldn't bother with it too much. Book of Rage. Where is it? It's further down, isn't it? Yeah, Book of Rage. Plus 20% damage if HP below 33%, 8 crit if HP below 33%, minus both dot resist. This does nothing until 33% or less. And then it makes you more prone to dying. You need accuracy to pair with this, because if you don't, you won't hit anything. And you also need to fix these resists. So this is just Flagellant Trinket at home. This is just bad. It's just like all of them. Like, just join them. These are all Flagellant Trinkets, or basically in spirit. Like, these two are bad as well, but like, I can't put them any lower because they technically don't have any downside. Anyway, Book of Relaxation. This thing, it's pretty decent actually. It's like 4 accuracy, minus 10% stress. This is what you care about, because 4 dodge is less bad than minus 1 speed. It's just this plus. That's the end of story. Sure. Book of Sanity. Why? It's minus 20% stress as a very rare? Like, huh? Like, minus stress is such a non-factor anyways that you just don't care about this. Like, just don't use it. It takes up a slot, but it doesn't do anything. It's like Bloody Fetish does more. Any of the others in here does more, because they technically have a more beneficial downside than this thing. Brawler's Gloves. These are a fun one. I've seen a lot of people use them, and I don't understand why. Like, I just don't get it. It's 25% damage in position 1. Good. Like, 25% damage conditional. Good. It's like, yeah. Minus 5 crit. Minus 1 speed. These are your other offensive stats, and both of them got cut by a large margin, because 5 crit is pretty good. It's pretty huge, because the only large amount you can really get is 8 from like surgical gloves and the pen and musket ball, but like 5 is focus ring level, and this sucks. Like, this offsets the 25% damage, and the minus 1 speed makes you even less offensive because you go further behind in initiative, which means that you aren't killing stuff before they move, and that's just bad. Like, Brawler's Gloves, it's not usable. Like, I don't like it. I never see a reason to run this. Like, just use any of the other better trinkets. Like, come on. Now the fun one. I've used it for a long time, and a lot of people use it because it seems really good. Like, it gets 20% stress skills and minus 25% stress if torture about 75, right? Like, that sounds amazing, right? Issue is, this doesn't. Like, it's just filler. It's just a filler trinket. I get 20% extra stress skills. It's 2 extra points. Do you care about 2 extra points? It's a full trinket slot? Like, in the course of a dungeon, yes, it's going to build up a bit, but like, this in the end will heal like 20 stress. That's like 1 use of blinding gas. Like, that's half a use of blasphemous fire. Come on. Like, you can do so much better on Jester. Jester has such a good trinket. It's like, the only stress skill chance trinket I would use on Jester is Ancestor Scroll, because you get swapped around the camp. And like, Bright Tambourine, why? Like, Jester needs so much other stuff, because he wants speed to set a battle ballad, and he wants dodge or like any other defensive stuff, so he doesn't just get one tapped. So And this doesn't do any of those. Like minus 25% stress, nobody cares. You know which character this is on? Jester. You know what he does? Stress healing. Why do you need minus 25% stress on him? Like, this is not bad, but it's like, sure. Calming Stone. I forget this thing exists. Minus 15% stress, minus 1 speed. Huh? You know what's better? There's this little trinket. Where is it? Snake Oil. This thing is just better. It's a grey one. It's minus 10% stress, no downside. Just bring this. Like 5% stress isn't that bad. Like 5% stress for 1 speed. Like, huh? Just bring Snake Oil. Camper's Helmet. Like this thing, it's something. But where is it? I can't find it. I'm blind. Please show up. There it is. 20% stress heal received while camping. Nobody cares about this. The reason you care is this. 10% scouting chance. That's right, it's a scouting trinket. It's not a good secondary option, it goes in here, but it's scouting, and that's good. Like, this thing is a scouting trinket and nothing else. There's better trinkets everywhere, but sure. Like, if you have no other scouting trinket, you have a space open on Bounty Hunter, equip this. The other cloak, this is the good one. Yeah, Caution Cloak. You get minus 10 speed on the first round, but you get 10% scouting chance. This is not that bad. On specific characters, you can use this really well, like Crusader, because Crusader is going last anyways, so you don't care. But 10% scouting is really valuable, so you care about this just because of that. So it's not like later on, sure, it goes down here, especially if you have stuff like Camper Helmet, or like Answers Map, but like this is still like a decent filler. Like, you can equip this and you won't be too mad because it's like 10 scouting still, and 10 scouting is still good, so you know. Alright, so up next, Rich's Cloak. A-bombs first, core trinket. Yeah. Oh, Shameful Shot. Minus 15% stress, 10 dodge. This is filler, it's good filler. But like, minus 15% stress, why would you need this? You have Absolution. 10 dodge is nice, it's like, it's decent stats, but it has no downside, so I wouldn't take this over a lot of other stuff, but it's like, good, I guess. Horseman Chains, 20% damage for range skills, 8% crit for range skills. It's like, yes, it's nice, but you won't beat out Broken Key, you won't beat out Accuracy, you won't beat out Stun Chance, so like, these two aren't bad, but I wouldn't pick them over a lot of other stuff that's like in here or up here. So, and together, like, they just stay down there. They are like both fillers. It's like 20% damage if in position 1. I guess this is good for Beast Form, but you get a better option, and like Broken Key exists, and you don't get any accuracy from these two together, so Beast Form is kind of unreliable, so it's just not that great. Then Antiquarian, Master's Essence, 50% healing skills, 35% blight skill, 35% debuff skill chance. Like, this is everything Antiquarian could need. Like, this and like speed, and she's completely fine. This thing is easily a first pick. If you have this, this is huge. Like, this is amazing. You get better Candle of Life, you get better Festering Reapers, you get better Flesh Border. Like, this is all great. And then her second thing, 2 or 3, 50% damage versus Blight, 8% crit with this Blight. It's like, this thing is just filler, because like, you have to land your Blight first, which this kind of helps you with, but like, the damage, huh? Like, do you set up Festering Reapers and then stab you with the nervous stab for more damage. The 8 crit is nice because you can spam Fisting Reapers and then it gets more crit, and if it crits, yeah, the duration extends, and that's nice. Together, I would put them into like a good secondary option. 4 speed 10 dodge is really good. Together they are up here in first picks. I'm not gonna put them in the good secondary options. Like this set is up here. Like 4 speed, 10 dodge, like that's great. The dodge could be a bit higher in my opinion, but like 4 speed is still good for a setup character. You can go first, you can set up all your stuff. It's great. Like this set is really good. If you manage to get it, like don't be too sad that it's an antiquarian or someone you really like to play. This set is still really good. Like it makes antiquarian basically guarantee a setup with the speed. It makes a guarantee most of her stuff to just stick. It gives a bit of extra defenses in the form of dodge, and it helps her heal a bit more. Like it just makes her kit better. Like the only thing that it really would need is a bit more accuracy. But even then, like you can play antiquarian without ever attacking. So like all of this, great. Mass Essence is the real highlight. 2 of 3 is just sort of there. But this essentially gives you 4 speed 10 dodge and 8 crit against Blighted. And that's enough. Like 4 speed 10 dodge, I would equip that. So yeah, that's why these two are very apart, but together they are still up here. Arbalist. Childhood Treasure, 30% healing skills, 20% healing skills while camping, minus 50% stress. She heals a lot at camp, which is not that great actually, because like her best heal is like Triage? Triage? I think that's how it's called. I can't speak English, man. It's my third language, so yeah. But Triage is decent. It heals 20% on everybody else. That puts it up to 30%, because it's 50% healing skills for camping plus this 30% healing skills for 50% healing skill increase at camp in total. It's nice, but like why? Because Triage isn't that good, and like the other one, which is like her banish thingy at camp, is like a very big heal. It's like 25% should just heal 75%, and 75% chance to heal like 25%. It can miss, but most of the time it's just a big hit on like a single target. But like this actually doesn't matter too much. It's essentially a slightly better Medic's Grease. I'm just gonna rate Medic's Grease as well, like right after this. But this thing is just Medic's Grease Plus, because it gives you a bit more stress resist. It gives you a bit more healing. It gives you like this thing, which is nice, I guess, but it's not too much better than like Medic's Grease. Where's Medic's Grease? I can't find it. Oh, there, Medic's Grease. And I lost it. Where is it? I put it somewhere in here. I can feel it. Shit. I can't feel it. I lost it. Man, I have to find. Medic's Grease, right there. This Medic's Grease is just a good secondary option. It's 33% healing skills increase on Arbalist. I've already talked about it earlier a bit with Wrathful Bandana, where it's like you don't care about the healing skills that much. You mainly care about the buff. That's true for when she's in a healing duo with someone like a Cultist, like PD, or just someone else who can put up numbers as well. And it works with food healing. Like those two still apply, but if she's solo healing, having Medic's Grease, or for that matter Childhood Treasure, it's really good. Because if you spam it on the same character, like her heal actually gets really good after like 1 or 2 uses. She goes up to like 6 points. The first time you use it, it's like a 3 to 4 heal or something, and the second time it's already like a 6-point heal, and then it goes up to like a 9-point heal, and that's good. Like a 9-point heal on like someone who has like a bunch of other utility put into that heal, compared to like someone like Westu, who can put out like 12, I think, on like single targets. It's good, especially if you consider food healing. and these two are the good secondary options. Your first option should always be more damage, like Keening Bolts, Musket Ball, but your second option is like, yeah, you can put on Medic's Greaves if you don't have another good healer, and if Arbalest has to push out more numbers. But if you don't need to, if you have like Arbalest plus Occultist, like you don't need to equip these. You just leave them, and you go full damage. Like you pick Keening Bolts, Musket Ball, and you just shoot stuff. And like these two just kind of sit in a box until you need them. And that's why I think these are like the perfect example for good secondary options. They are different playstyle, definitely very different from Banana. And you just kind of go with whatever the team needs. You either pick more damage or you pick more healing skills. So yeah. The second one, Bedtime Story, 15 accuracy versus marked, 8 crit versus marked, more debuff skill chance, more move skill chance. This thing hurts. Like it's filler in my opinion. Like the good part about this is the 8 crit. Like that's actually good. The 15 accuracy, it's like, sure, alright, I guess I'll take it, because Arbalest's base accuracy is already that good, so this doesn't really help. The debuff skill chance is nice, but if you want debuff skill chance, just use Wrathful Bandana. And you also get more damage with this, so, you know. And this is useless. Like, the move skill chance is completely empty. Like, these are not stats, because Bola is so bad. The reason behind why Bola is so bad is because, first, its base move skill chance is horrid. Like, it's an 85%. Like, even if you use this trinket, which is like 35% move skill chance, it's like 120 at base. That's like plus 20 to like a normal move. That's not good. Like, come on. Like, and then you have the problem of Bola, where sometimes it doesn't actually do anything. Where you like push rank 1, but rank 2 resists, and then they just switch spaces, and nothing happens. Like, you need to either hit both back, which is obviously a high roll, but that doesn't happen because this move skill chance is horrid. Or you have to hit the second roll back, and that's just like not reliable. Like, that's why Bola is so bad. And that's why I can't put it higher. Like, yes, it doesn't have any downside, but like the upside, like 8 crit, Healing Bolts gives that, Musket Ball gives that. Like, huh? You don't need this. Like, this is not that good. And you have 25% prot as like the set bonus. Like, never use these two together in my opinion. It's like, if you use this, you are most likely you need like the other trinket to be more offensive, so Arbalest doesn't feel omega bad, because like her damage base is pretty bad. It's like backline damage, and that backline damage hurts her. She does have the advantage that she doesn't need to run an accuracy trinket, which allows her to run something like Keening Bolts instead of an accuracy trinket, and that puts her back on par with the other damage dealers. But if you run like something like this, and you don't run any damage source, instead you run this, which is essentially just 8 crit, like, she's gonna feel so bad. Like, without Mark, she just isn't doing any damage. And that's just not great. And the 25% prot barely helps. It's like, sure, it's a nice defensive buff, but Arbalest by herself already has really good HP, and she has good healing, so you don't need more prot. Like, just don't. Next up, Bounty Hunter set. Crime Lords Mollers. 20% damage against marked, plus 20% damage versus stun, plus 20% damage versus bleeding, minus 10 dodge. This thing, it's a great secondary option. Like, if you have accuracy covered, this thing is really good. Like, if you get, like, you don't need all 3 of these. It's like, you can get stunned and bleeding and even marked like fairly easily. If you get all 3, that's like that enemy is dying. Like, they are stunned, they are bleeding, they are marked. Like, they are completely dead. But if you could get like something bleeding and marked, which is fairly easy, if you are like stunned and bleeding, that's very easy. Houndmaster, if you use like Houndberry or like Rain of Sorrows with Flagellant, and then you already get 20% damage for minus 10 dodge. That's not too bad of a trade-off. Like, it's not great, and it doesn't warrant pulling it up here. But if you get 2 of these, it's 40% damage. And that's enough to really change the radius. Like, then you can just one-tap stuff very consistently. And that's why Crime Lord's Mollusk is so good. And that's why it's up here. Now, Kill List. Kill List goes right next to it. Kill List is 50% move skill chance, 35% bleed skill chance, and 15 ranged accuracy. The reason it's that high is because all of this is just a nice package for like utility. If you plan to use Bounty Hunter as more of like a support instead of like big damage hitter, like you can still do that, but if you plan on using more Mark or like more of his amazing stunts, like Flashbang is really good, and you should try Flashbang, and you should try using this and try to build around it a bit. And Bounty Hunter can just go ahead and mark stuff, and someone like Arbalist with like Cleaning Bolts and Musket Ball can just shoot stuff and one hit shit. Like it feels like, is it efficient? No, usually not, but it feels super fun. Like definitely try it. And against bosses, it's definitely good. Like Vengeful Kill List is great against bosses because you can just mark stuff. They won't dodge because of the 10 accuracy against for range skills. If you have something else that gives him like normal accuracy, like his range stuff won't miss, and he can still put out decent numbers. And like it's a decent second option. Like if you don't need a Bounty Hunter to put out insanely high numbers and you know how to play with around this utility a bit, like that's great. Like this just becomes good. And like to get it set, I would put it about here as well. Like the extra crit is nice. It sucks that he doesn't get any accuracy. If he had gotten like normal accuracy, that would have been great. But even though you don't have accuracy, you still deal a lot of damage. Like after you camp and you use, this is how we do it, which is his 2-point camp skill for like focused ring stats on himself. Like this becomes like a really good set, because then you can just like slap stuff for 40% extra damage, and with 10% extra crit. And 10% extra crit, that's good. Like that's a lot. And you can really get like 10% extra crit very easily, aside from very few trinkets that do it. And like this set, it does it fairly consistently. Like if you plan around it and you want like Crime Lords, Molars, and like the set bonus to really trigger, like you can do it. Like Houndmaster, you can use Occultist, like Flagellant, all of those can just help set this up. And then Bounty Hunter can just slap stuff. And it's good. It's great. Like against bosses, the stun part usually won't trigger, but bleeding and marked against bosses is very easy. Like Swanking, just go in with like the size 2 buff on Bounty Hunter, you mark him, you make him bleed, and then you have Bounty Hunter just go ham. And he's hitting for like double damage with like 20% extra crit. It's insane. Like it feels so good. So definitely give these two a try. Try them together. They're pretty good. Crusader. Littering Spowlers. 15% prot, 35% move resist, minus 15% stress, minus 2 speed. Like it's okay. It's like 15% prot, sure. Plus 35% move resist, sure. Minus 15% stress, sure. Minus 2 speed, not a downside. Like this has nothing very good, but it has nothing very crippling because the 2 speed is like Crusader is going last anyways. So like there's no great upside, but there's no great downside either. You can just equip this and be fine. And that's just the definition of a filler trinket. This thing. Sign Conscription. It goes the tier below Ancestor Scroll for obvious reasons. It's essentially the same thing, but without a downside and 5% less on each. The reason it's an entire tier lower is because this thing can be swapped around in camp, and that's a huge deal. Because that's the main reason you bring this. And giving your entire party 25% extra healing skills and 25% extra stress skills is insane. And that alone makes this an entire tier better than this. So, like this isn't bad either, but it's just not Ancestor Scroll. So, you know. The set together plus 20% max HP, it's alright. Like, if you get them together, sure, they're like down here, like the filler tier, because this is just so mediocre, and the set bonus is mediocre as well, and it just kind of pulls this filler down. Especially because it doesn't give Crusader like any of the stats he really wants. Like, what he cares about is accuracy. Like, you usually want one trinket to be accuracy and the other to be something else that you want to focus on more, because Crusader does such a large variety of stuff. That can be more accuracy if you want to hit stuff. It can be like surgical gloves to hit stuff. It can be stun chance. It can be ancestor scroll to just heal more. Like, whatever you want to do, like, just equip it as like a second trinket and you are fine. But these two together don't really help that, so that's why together they're just sort of like filler, and I would never use them together. Now the flagellant ones, these are very interesting. Like, never use them together. Like, together these two are like down here, like they are straight up negative. But like the chipped tooth by itself, it's 20% extra max HP, 35% move resist. It's alright. Like, the 20% max HP is decent, and 35% move resist is whatever most of the time. It's a decent defensive buff, and it helps them get off exciting more safely, or like redeem for that matter. But later on, you just find Flash Assault, and it's like this thing just gets completely outclassed. Speaking of which, Shard of Glass. This is one of those crickets. It's his only good one. Like, this is the only good flagellant trinket I would actually consider using. The reason being is, yes, it's a huge bleed swing, but you can use this on teams where you either don't care about a safe bleed of Reclaim, or you don't need Reclaim. If you already have like a good healing duo of like Occultist and PD, for example, and you just bring Flagellant, like, you don't need Reclaim, because Occultist can usually handle it, and you will still equip it, but getting this extra bleed skill chance is really good. Like, 35% is a big swing. Like, on Torches, obviously, you just have this thing to completely power creep it, but sometimes, like this bleed charm, I think. Like, I always confuse bleed charm and blood charm. It's like the same thing for me. Like, these two have so similar names, I hate it. They are both good, but like, I just confuse these all the time. But if you don't need, if you need more bleed skill chance for like Cove or something, you equip this, and you try to bring like another healing duo and have Flagellant only heal in emergencies. And that's why Shard of Glass has its uses, but it's not like I bring this always. Trinket. Together they are horrible. Like, if you just look at these stats together, like, what are you doing? Like, there's nothing. Like, you don't have anything. Like, this forces him to be more safe, and this makes him a lot more vulnerable. And then this does nothing. And like, just don't. Like, the set together is like griefing. Why is this split up? Anyway. Absinthe. The other part, the Shaman Letter Opener. 35% disease resist, nice. 35% bleed resist, nice. 35% blight skill chance, nice. Minus 10% max HP. This is what breaks the deal. It's like, this makes them more fragile, and all of this doesn't help lunge. And like, lunge is the main thing you care about, because, you know, this thing is up here, and absinthe, it's like down here. Like, I'm gonna be very honest, like, this upsides, like, these don't matter. Like, the blight skill chance, like, you have better stuff to do with that. Like, if you want to run absinthe, or like a more ranged Grave Robber that focuses on blight, you have Top Shelf Tonic. Use that instead. It's much better. And she also gets a bit of other support, like generic support like this. You can use Hexrail, for example. But like this thing, you lose max HP, and that hurts. And like, together the set is like a good secondary option. It's so ridiculous. Like, it's almost a first pick just because this thing is so good. And like, the 5 crit, it helps lunge, but like, this stuff still drags her down. because like the minus 10 max HP hurts. Because a Grave Robber is super fragile already, so if you don't dodge, like there's a chance like Grave Robber just starts falling over because of this max HP cut. So like really. And the upside that Absinthe gives is not worth the downside, so sucks, but this thing is just completely down here, and this thing is just completely insane. Now, Hellion. Lioness Warpaint. Plus 20% damage every time you drop 25% below your max HP. This thing, like, it's so hard to rank. Like, if you don't focus on it, it's like a good secondary option. But if you focus on it, it can easily be up here. Because then it's like 60% damage. And that's huge. Like, if you plan for it and you have this, then yeah, it can just be like 60% damage. But usually you don't want to be like this below 25% HP. 50% is okay. Like, you can manage. But like 20% is like 25% is really pushing it. So usually this is just 40% damage. It's decent. That's why I'm just gonna leave it here, because you want accuracy first, and then you can put on something like this for even more damage. And it's like, yes, sure. Now, Mark of the Outcast. 2 speed, 35% bleed scale chance, plus 15% death blow resist, minus 50% healing received. Like, the death blow resist doesn't matter. Like, nobody's gonna argue with that, right? 2 speed is nice, bleed scale chance is nice as well. Like, these two, really good. And like, the healing received, it sort of sucks, but Hellion's defense, like base defenses are really good. Like, she has pretty high HP, and she has pretty high dodge. And with all of that combined, she can really survive a lot. So, like, this thing just helps her a bunch because of the extra speed and the extra bleed skill chance, and it's nice. It's a good secondary option. Unlike Together, because you get 7 accuracy, 7 dodge, it's alright. Like, it's a good secondary option altogether. The reason being is that you usually want something like Thirsting Blade, which gives you like a huge accuracy bump, because you need that much accuracy, because Hellion is most of the time just gonna be hitting rank 4 and rank 3. And that's what you care about. And both of those positions usually have enemies that are very dodgy, so you need a lot of more accuracy to really hit them consistently. So that's why something like Thirsting Blade is so good. Now, Houndmaster. This is another great set. Like, Evidence of Corruption, 25% scouting chance, minus 50% party surprise chance. Like, the second part, it feels bad. Like, this feels bad because if you scout something, the second chance is never triggered. And that sort of pushes it down, but it's still very good. Like, I still can't put it anything lower than first pick because it's still 25% scouting. You know the other thing that's 25% scouting? Yeah, that thing's up here. Now you might ask, why are these two so different? You can find this thing very early on. You can put it onto anyone. Like with this, you are locked into Houndmaster. You can swap it around to get more trap disarms for extra stress healing, and you can't do it with this. And that's why they are a bit slightly different. Like, this thing is almost up there, but like, you essentially just get 25% scouting from this, so that's why it's not that high. Now, the better badge, like, this does a lot. 15 ranged accuracy, great. 50% stress skills while camping, this is also great. 25% healing skills, sure. Minus 20% scouts, stun resist, minus 20% debuff resist. Like, the downsides, like, the stun resist sucks because it can break your guard. And the debuff resist is just sort of there. It's like, debuff resist always sucks a bit because there's so many of them and they just kind of stick to you. But this upside is really worth it. Like, the 15 accuracy ranged accuracy, that's Ancestor's Pistol. Like, you don't get the speed, but you can find this much earlier because for Ancestor's Pistol you actually have to get to the late game and do like a long champion mission. But like Better Dorman's badge, you can find this on week 5 from Croc. So that's why this is slightly weaker, in my opinion. Like 50% stress skills while camping, that's decent. And like the 25% healing skills, sure. And that's why this thing is like, I would actually put it here. It's definitely weaker than Answer's pistol, but it's just 15 ranged accuracy, and that's something I would always equip. And unless I have Answer's pistol, which I don't always want to give Houndmaster because there's other characters that also want to have it. So if I have this as a secondary option, I won't be mad, because like Focus Ring, putting it onto Houndmaster works, but I would like to keep that 8 dodge. And like Signet Ring, sure, but then you have this, which is just 15 accuracy. Now the set together, 25% damage against bleeding, 5 crit against bleeding. If you start hitting the stuff twice, if you start using Harry, then yeah, that it happens, and together the set is still up here because both the individual parts are just decent. And like, this gives him a lot of stuff he wants to have, like Evidence of Corruption is just good because 25% scouting, and the Lawman's badge just gives him more accuracy and a bit of extra bonuses, and set bonus just feeds him a bit more. Of course, it would have been nice if you had like more dodge or something, but altogether the set is just like good to have. It's like both of these I would pick, and that's why the set is just good overall. Now we get to a horrible set, Jester, like Tyrant's Tasting Cup, 33% stress skills, 25% stress. This is nothing. Like, why? You don't ever equip this. Like the healing, like stress healing skills, I've already explained why they aren't that good. And like 25% stress. You know what else gives 25% stress? Blasphemous Vial. Is 33% stress skills the same as Blasphemous Vial? No! Like, no! This is horrid. Like, you get hit with stress once, like you just get nuked. The advantage Blasphemous Vial has is that it prevents a lot of stress because it stuns, and this just doesn't do that. Like, you get hit with stress, and like the upside is gonna take like 4 turns to just heal back that 25% stress, and that sucks. Tyrant's Fingerbone, 30 speed, 3 speed if in position 1, and 20 dodge if in position 1. Like, why? Like, the only scenario where this happens is if you use Solo. And you know what Solo gives you? A big defensive buff with a lot of dodge. And what you don't need is a trinket that's completely dead outside of rank 1, where you literally end up for 1 turn because you just use Solo to set up Finale. And if you run like Dodge Tank Jester, sure. Like, yes, you can run this thing. But why wouldn't you just run this or this? It's like, for like general purposes, this is just bad. Like, this does nothing. For like battle spamming Jester, which is usually like the place that you go for because Finale is kind of like a big hassle to set up, and it's like you kind of just overkill stuff, and it's like, why? And yeah, it just doesn't do anything. And together, 33% stress skills while camping. No, you don't care. Like, why would you care about stress relief with Jester? Come on! Like, he already has great camp skills, and you don't need more stressing. Like, he already has great stressing in combat and out of combat because of camping. You don't need to amplify that. Like, this is nothing. Like, this set does nothing. Like, this is all empty stats and pure downside. Like, technically Tyrant's Fire bonus up here because, yes, it doesn't have any downside, I guess, but like, no. No, I'm putting Tyrant's Fingerbone down here out of principle, because it's just bad. Like, even if you use it like it's intended to, like, it's still bad. Now, Leper. Last Will and Testament, 15% pro, 15% max HP, minus 10% death blow resist. Like, it's a nice defensive buff. You would much prefer like the stuff that's up here, like Garlic, more bleed resist, Flesh Assault. Yeah, you would pick that over this, but it's still decent, so you know. Tin Flute. Minus 20% stress, plus 30% stress skills while camping. Like, I gotta put it here. It feels bad because this thing is really good. Like, the minus 20% stress, it's like, sure. You don't really care though, because all of the reasons I already mentioned on Leopard, because he has great stress relief, so you don't really care about this. The 33% stress skills by camping this is great. Like, on Jester, I said this isn't great, right? That's mainly because you need to bring these two things, which are both bad, on like the character that's meant to like stress your party. And like Tin Flute, this makes Leper huge at camp. Like Reflection, that's healing like 30 stress for 3 points with Focus Ring upside. And then you get Quarantine, which just heals like 30 stress on everyone. Like that's insane. Like you just get like a 2-point, heal 3 members of your party for 30 stress. That's 90 stress for 2 points. That's insane. Like this thing can really heal a lot of stress. Of course, I can't put it any higher because it's really not a good secondary option because Leopard just wants a lot of other stuff. But it's still decent. Like definitely give these two a try. Especially together, like the 15 accuracy if HP is above 60%, yes. This is conditional accuracy, which I really don't like, but even then, like this is just a decent set. Like together I would put like the set at like a good secondary option because like everything of this set just plays together so well. Like this helps set up this, and like this just gives him a bit of nice bonus, and overall the set is just nice. It's not something like Highwayman set where it's like completely broken, but it's still just a good set. Now, Man-at-Arms. All units standard, 15% stun skill chance, 20% debuff skill chance, 15% death blow resist, 10% stress. It's something. Like I can't put it any higher again. Like the stun skill chance is nice, like all of this is just decent upside, but it's nothing spectacular. And the other reason why I can't put it any higher really is, where is it? Where is it? I'm searching for a trinket. And I can't see it. I'm blind. Ah, there it is. Rampart Shield. Rampart Shield is a good secondary option. I'm just gonna pull up its stats real quick. It's a blue trinket and it's pretty good. It gives him 40% move skill chance and 30% stun skill chance for minus 15% damage. This is the reason all unit standards just kind of suffers. It's like this makes Rampart super good because Rampart is always gonna move and Rampart is almost always gonna stun. Like this is insane. Like this puts his stun at like 160, which is 20 behind Occultus, and that's good. Like being only 20 behind Occultus with like a single trinket, that's amazing. And like this thing is amazing for Rampart, and that's just kind of what makes all unit standards seem so much worse, because like it doesn't do a whole lot for Rampart. Like 15% stun skill chance isn't bad, the 20% debuff skill chance isn't bad either, and like this doesn't matter, and like this doesn't matter either, but like it's not as, it doesn't feel like as specialized as Rampart Shield, and like getting Bellow a bit better in as a trade-off for making a Rampart a lot weaker just doesn't feel good. So that's why I don't think this is really good. Toy Soldier, it's 50% prot, 5% crit. It's stats, I guess. Like you can equip it, but it's not something amazing. Like 10% prot, it helps a bit if he gets hit a bit, but you have other defensive stuff that's better, like all of the resist stuff. 5% crit, sure, it's nice, but you don't have any accuracy in this entire set, so Bellow gets weaker, Rampart gets weaker because of that, and like this set together also just becomes like a filler set because like this repose stuff, sure, it gets better, but just if you had just like Focus Ring, like this would probably just be a better set. Like it's technically not bad, but it's not really good either. And if you have stuff like Rampart Shield or like stuff that's up here that he could use instead, it just feels kind of bad. And these are the same as Arbalest, so I'm just gonna put them right there where the other one is. Yeah, they have exactly the same effects. So yeah, Occultus. Blood Pact. 4 speed, if dodge below 60, and 25% damage if torch below 60. Also gives you minus 25 bleed skill chance and minus 10 max HP. This thing is a good secondary option. It's 4 speed and a bit of extra damage with like a decent upside because of you never bleed anything. And like the minus 10 max HP, this feels bad. But like this is just like a good supporting trinket to like another thing like Demon's Cauldron. Like I haven't ranked Demon's Cauldron yet. Demon's Cauldron goes up here like easily. Like nobody's gonna argue this. Like Demon's Cauldron is so good because it gives every stat a call of once as well, except accuracy. It's like you get stun chance, a huge amount of it. You get more crit, you get more debuff chance for plus stress minus virtue chance. No, nobody cares. Like this thing is really good. So, you know. But yeah, this thing is just a good sporting thing. It's 4 speeds. It's a bit more extra damage. It's decent. Like the 4 speed is what you mainly care about. The damage is sort of whatever. 6 type is a bit unreliable because the accuracy of it starts at 80 instead of 85 like all the other moves, and that's just what makes it sort of meh. But if it crits, with this 25% extra damage, like 6 stab is gonna crit for a lot. So that's essentially what you hope for. The other thing, Vial of Sand. This thing, like, I gotta put it here. It's essentially Demon's Cauldron minus. It's 20% debuff skill chance, plus 20% stun skill chance, 20% move skill chance, 20% stun resist. Like all of this just good stats. If you use these two together, you get the Occultist combo of the 200% base stun chance. Like you just double stun stuff. So that's why it's up here. Of course, I personally usually run pistol plus Demon's Cauldron, but you can use these two together if you have like an accuracy trinket. So, not accuracy trinket, like an accuracy quirk. And together, I guess like 15 dodge, sure. But if you run the set together, you always have to consider that you don't run Demon's Cauldron, and that's not something you might want to happen. So that's why the set together isn't that great compared to like Demon's Cauldron and stuff. Another very bad set is Plague Doctor. Subject 40 notes, 25% max HP, 35% disease resist. My brother in Christ, you can remove your own diseases with PD, and the 25% extra max HP isn't gonna do anything because of the default max HP issues. Then the second thing, the section kit, 35% bleed skill chance, 25% damage. This also sucks. You know why? You know what? This thing, Bloody Herb, just does the same thing but better. It's 10 accuracy. You get, I think it was like 25% bleed skill chance. Like it's almost the same. It's slightly worse, but like, yeah, it's like 30% bleed skill chance. It's like 5%. Nobody cares. And like the damage, like, are you really gonna care about 25% damage on Plague Grenade? No, you don't. That's why this thing is also down here. And the set together is also just down here. Like I would like to put these two just down and like straight up negative, because they just suck so bad. Because 15% blade skill chance, 13% stun skill chance. You know what's just straight up better than bringing this set? You bring Bloody Herb and you bring Blasphemous Vial. You get 30% bleed skill chance. You get 20% damage on melee skills, which is why you want this damage. You get 10 accuracy on melee skills. You get 10 ranged accuracy. You get 20% blade skill chance, 20% stun skill chance. The only thing you lose is 25% max HP, 35% disease resist. You don't care. Like, this is nothing. Like, sure, this is like copium defensive stats. But no, just no. Like, this set is just bad. Now, the next set, the Vestal set, Atonement Beads. 15% damage for melee skills, 5% crit for melee skills, minus 15% virtue chance. Sure. Like this is a thing you can use. Like if you run Frontline Vestal, this thing isn't even that great because you probably want to use Profane Scroll, which is a dedicated rank 2 trinket, which I'm just gonna put into situational. It gives her a bunch of healing, prot, and damage in rank 2, and that's usually the reason why you want to run it. The issue with running these two together is that you don't have any accuracy. And if you don't have accuracy, you have to use Hand of Light, and then you can actually use other stuff, and that's not good. Like, that's why you never use these two together, and like that's why this thing just sort of suffers from that. Then we have Salacious State Diary. 33% stress skills while camping, 35% healing skills. It's just 25% healing skills with no downside. It goes up here. It's the best healing Vested Trinket for healing. Of course, Answers grows better. Just use this instead. This is like the stress skills while camping part doesn't matter. Like, nobody cares about that. Vesta's camp skills, like her stress healing stuff, aside from my nighttime ambush, like all of her camp skills that heal stress just suck. Like, they need to be on a religious person, and the religious heroes all have great stress remover. Like, Fredrin has the minus 50 stress skill, then Crusader and Leper. Like, all of those have great self-stress healing. Nobody needs this. So this is just 25% healing skills with no downside. Like, you pick this over Tome of Holy Healing, but you pick Answer Scroll over both of these. So, you know. Together, the set is actually pretty decent. Like, I would put the set together at like, actually like a good secondary option. Just because of the 35% stun skill chance. Like, this is really good. Like, 35% stun skill chance makes the stun very reliable, and if you have like an accuracy work, then like she actually becomes quite good. So that's why the set together is like in a good secondary option kind of category. Now, Chirurgeon's Charm. I hope I said it right. It's a green trinket. It's good. It's 15% healing skills. Like, it's just good. Like, the heroes that don't have any healing skills, like, you can equip this. It's great early on. Like, I would sometimes even pick it over Tome of Holy Healing if I want to keep the max HP and I don't feel safe. So yeah, this is just good to have. Cleansing Crystal. Great. Another good one. Cleansing Crystal. A lot of resist for Blight, Bleed, and Debuff, and you lose Blight, Bleed, and Debuff chances. This is a good secondary option as well. It's basically Garlic, but for specific characters. Like, if you have like Bleed, Blight, or Debuff, like, you don't use this. But if you don't, like, this is just straight upside. So that's when you use it. This is one of the Man-at-Arms eye patches. Where is it? Is this the bad one? I think it's the bad one. Cleansing eye patch here. 30% blight resist, 20% disease resist, -2 dodge. Like, sure. It's this thing, but slightly better. That's the extent of care I have about this. Like, I don't care. Like, this thing is just like a bad filler. Oh, the Comet Lens. This thing's, oh my god. Yeah, it allows you to ignore stuff. It gives you -20% virtue chance. It's +5 crit if you shot this in the inventory. Nobody cares. This is just bad. Like, don't buy it. It doesn't do anything. Like, this is the only upside you really get. 5 crit is like, sure, but there are so many better options compared to this. So you just never get it. Commander's Orders. Crusader, where are you? Commander's Orders, yeah. 15% stress heal received, 30% healing skills, -10% damage. This is one of those where it's like, this is like one of Crusader's secondary options. It's like, you use this if you want Crusader to be more supportive. You use this until you find Answer Scroll, or because you want to have Crusader main heal. If you want Crusader main heal, you use this because it's 33% healing skills. But for every other purpose, you just use Answer Scroll. Critical dice. Where is it? Here, 7 crit. Sure. It's stats, I guess. Like, whatever. Critical storm. 3 crit, 1 speed. Yeah, it's not great. Like, crit is good and it's a good damage source, but losing speed for that, it never feels good. So that's why I'm just gonna put it down here. Oh, the buckle, the bed buckle for a highwayman. That's a fun one. I always talk about how good this thing is. Like, it never feels like outstanding, but it's surprisingly good. Like, it's 5 crit for essentially no downside. And this thing is just like good filler. Like, I just equipped this. Like, it's 5 crit, and that's actually like almost a good secondary option, because 5 crit this early on actually matters. And that's why it's so good. Occultist, the debuff incense. Curse incense. 30% debuff skill chance, 20% move skill chance, minus 10% max HP. This thing is just bad. You know why? Demon's Cauldron exists, and Demon Cauldron gives more debuff. I think it gives more debuff skill chance. I'm just gonna look. It gives the same, but these upsides compared to this upside. And if you run Cursed Incense, you can't really run Occultist in the front, which is where he's the strongest because of this max HP cut. So that's why this thing is just never good. Like, I never equipped this. Damage Storm. Yeah, this is the fun one. Yeah, Damage Storm. 10% damage, minus 4 dodge. It's like, yes, it's a good stat filler. Like, if you don't have anything else yet, you can equip this on like characters that want to deal damage, and it helps, but it doesn't help too much because damage isn't that great. So, you know. Oh my god. Dark Bracer. I said I'm gonna judge these depending on where they are at, like at Torchless. And then this thing is surprisingly good. It's like a decent secondary option. It's 8 crit, which is the main part, and the 5 dodge is nice. Like, it helps, but it doesn't do too much. But the 8 crit is really what you care about. Of course, it's not as good as something like Surgical Gloves because no 5 accuracy, but this thing, really good. Until you find that. Curse Crown. I think I will call it Curse Crown. Dark Crown. Dark Crown. 25% stress if torch below 26 and 15% virtue chance. Yeah, this isn't great. The reason for that is, yes, you are taking minus 25% stress at torchless, which is where you take plus 50% stress. This doesn't help you. Like, minus stress on torchless is completely useless. Like, this never does anything. Yeah, this is the same reasoning here. Like, Dark Tambourine. 12% death process, you don't care. Minus 25% stress, plus 10% virtue chance. Like, it's just bad. Like, no, you never use these two. Stun Charm. This is actually a pretty decent thingy. It's like 10% stun skill chance. You can equip this. It's like pure upside. Yes. Debuff Amulet. Where is it? Debuff Amulet. 30% debuff skill chance, plus 10% debuff, resist minus 4 dodge. Yeah, it's alright, I guess. Sure, you can use it. It's like a niche option for like specific fights, like Prophet, where you want more debuff skill chance on the specific heroes. Yeah, that's good. On like Lepom, you can use it for that fight, but outside of that, I never use this. This thing, it's one of the stones again. Debuff charm. 20% debuff resist minus 2 dodge. Sure. Like, it's alright. Like, it helps, but it doesn't help too much. I just equip it sometimes on characters that don't need their dodge, so I just have like a bit more dodge skill chance. This thing, debuff stone, minus plus 50% debuff skill chance, minus 1 speed. No, like by the point you need debuff skill chance, you usually can get like one of these, one debuff amulet, and you just use this, and you never touch this. Just don't. Then you have... I scrolled up too far. Where is it? Here, Defender Seal. Plus 5% prot, minus 3 crit. No. You always want to be able to crit. Crusader has very low crit rates, so you really don't want to lose what you have very few of. And that's especially bad because like the 5 prot is not too good. And that's just an option I would always prefer over it, especially on Crusader. And that's, where is it? Where are you? I can't find it. Ah, here. Protection Stone. Protection Stone does essentially the same thing of giving you 5 prot, but it takes a different downside, and that's minus 1 speed for 5 prot. And on Crusader, who's always going last anyways, you can just bring this a lot more easily than this, because you don't want to use your crit, but like your speed you don't care, because Crusader is going last anyways, so you know. Zero rating bracer 10 dodge if HP above 75, minus 6 dodge if HP below 50%. No. Like, sure, the 10 dodge is nice, but as soon as you fall below 75%, which is like 1 hit, like, you just have nothing. And if you fall below 5 HP, that's just actually harmful. And below 50% is actually where you care about the dodge you lose a lot more, because that's the part where you actually have to worry about your hero's health. So that's why this is so bad. The disease charm thing. Yeah, the disease charm, 20% disease resist, minus 2 dodge. Like, I never use this. Like, it's never worth it. Just don't use it. It's sure it's debuff resist, but like, it's disease resist. You don't care really. Just ditch heroes that early on when you still find this, so meh. The shrooms from PE. Where are they? Yeah, diseased herb, 40% disease resist, no downside. Yes, you can equip it, but it's not too great. Dodge stone, 4 dodge, 1 speed. No, you don't. Like, this does nothing. Like, the trade-off is so bad. Like, 4 dodge for 1 speed? No, you just keep the speed. Highwayman, dodgy sheath. Nope, I scrolled too far. There it is, dodgy sheath. 8 dodge, 1 speed. Great stats, minus 10 accuracy, range accuracy. Down here. Why is that? Because the range accuracy is what you care about a lot. Like, the range accuracy from Highwayman is mainly pistol shot. And pistol shot is important to his kit, because pistol shot is his ranged option to like hit rank 3 and 4 post duelist advance, and losing 10 accuracy on that hurts. Like, 1 speed 8 dodge is good stats, but losing like your entire reach, that's not worth it. And that's why dodgy sheath is not something I would ever recommend using. Double edge pendant, 13% max HP, minus 20% stun resist. No, like, we never use this. Like, it's like, sure, the max HP is nice, but like, you just get stunned more. Now that I think about it, it's more of a filler thing. It's like, yeah, sure, you can equip it, but you like, there's not too big of a downside. Yes, you get stunned more slightly, but like 50% max HP is gonna help you out a bit as well, so you can equip it a bit. It's not too great, and after the game it falls super hard, so never use it past like week 10 or something. Drifter Sparkle, 10% trapezium chance, 4 dodge. I mean, it's free 4 dodge and a bit of extra threat disarm for him, so that's essentially a bit of extra stress healing. Like the minus 5% stress heal received. Huh? Do you care? No, you don't. Like, this is just nice to have. Occultist's Incense. I scrolled up too far. I hate it too. Eldritch Killing Incense, yeah. 6 crit versus Eldritch, 15% damage versus Eldritch. It's nice. It's not too great. I don't care about it too much. There's a lot of better stuff that Occultist is doing instead of doing damage, which is Demon's Court and shit, and stunning, and that's usually just more important than dealing damage, so that's why this thing is so low. Then you have Eternal Crucifix, 25% damage against Eldritch, 30% bleed resist, minus 20% max HP. This is difficult. Like, I want to put it up here, but at the same time I want to put it up down here, because I see points for both of it. I'm gonna put it down here. Like, the damage upside is really good. Like 25% damage is essentially an Eldritch Shading Ring, but the minus 20% HP really hurts. Like, this is a big damage cut, big HP cut. Like, you can just get one tapped a lot of the time. The bleed resist helps, but like even then, like, this is super risky using this. So I personally never bother with it. If you want to, sure, go ahead. Dodge Incense from Occultist. It's right here. 8 dodge, 1 speed. You don't care. Like, yes, the exchange rate is better than Dodge Zone, but it's still minus 1 speed on Occultist who wants to be fast to stun stuff. So, like, you don't care about this too much. Feasting Seal. That's like, why? Like, why would you use this? Minus 100% food consumed. You don't take damage when you're starving, and you get 5 dodge. This is 5 dodge. Like, nothing else. Like, you don't care about this. Like, this does nothing. Feather Crystal. This is another good one. It's 2 speed, 8 dodge. To the very end, this is a very good option, because it gives you a bit of speed and a bit of dodge, which is a bit of extra defenses. The minus stun resist sucks, and the move resist is sort of whatever. But this is essentially the best speed trinket you can find, all the way until a champion, like very end game. So that's why Feather Crystal is super good. What's it called? Flash Power Gunpowder. 10% damage range skills, minus 20% stun resist. Sure. It's 10% extra range damage most of the time. Like, the stun resist sort of sucks because it cancels riposte, but like, you don't care about it too much. The Lucky Armlet from Leper. Where is it? It's not up here. I hate it. Oh, it's going to the wrong direction again. There it is. Fortune Armlet. Electricity 3 crit for 10% stress. It's like, yeah, it's an option. Like, it's an accuracy option you can have. It's accuracy 3 crit. It's essentially focus ring minus. Like, yes, you can use it, but it's not too great. Gambler's Charm. This thing sucks. Like, it's 50% max 15? I think it was 15. Yeah, 15% max HP for minus 10% death resist. You don't care. Like, you really don't. Like, you can equip it, but it's like, do you care about 15% max HP that much? No, you don't. It's like, if you have nothing else, you can equip this, but as soon as you find anything else, like, you don't care about this anymore. And the Vessel Goblet. The Haste Chalice. 8 speed on first round, 2 speed after first round. This is great. Minus 25% stun skill chance. Like, it hurts so much. It was this close. The reason why you mainly want speed on a Vestal is because of her stun. So you can go first, you can stun something, and you can go from there. Like, that's the reason why you want this much speed. Issue is, if you lose 25% stun scale chance, that's not gonna happen anymore. So, like, Haste Chalice, horrid. Like, this thing is so bad. So it never works. Alright, next up, Healing Armlet from Leper. This thing just gives 20% healing received. It's filler. Like, if you have nothing else, you equip this, but it, like, the benefit is okay. You get a bit more healing on Leper, but
Usually it's just fine anyways because of his large HP bar and of his health heal, so you don't really need this. And later on this just gets outclassed by like everything in here even. And then you have stuff like accuracy, which is just much more important for Leopard than 20% healing received. The HP stone. Where is it? There. Health stone, 10% max HP, -1 speed. Sure, like I'm not gonna lie, I'm just gonna put it into straight up negative. Like, I never use this. 10% max HP is just not worth it. Like, I would just keep the speed and do something else. Like, you can put it into filler. Like, if you really like that max HP, sure, but I don't. So for me, it's just down here. Hellion. What is it? Heavens Happen here. -25% stress if torture bot 75 and 10 accuracy if torture bot 75. I've seen a lot of people who think this is better than focus ring. I don't. Like, this is a good secondary option. Like, you can use it if you have no other accuracy trinket. It's still an accuracy trinket though. Oh my god. It's still an accuracy trinket though, so I think I gotta give it first pick. Yeah, it's a first pick. It's not good as focus ring, in my opinion. All of this is conditional, and if you run out of torches or against Chambler, like, this just isn't active. So that sucks sometimes. Of course, it doesn't happen if you just bring enough torches or you like play around it and you have like a nighttime ambush preventer, then sure, like, this is always active. But the main issue I have with it is that like the -25% stress, this doesn't matter. Like, Hellion kills stuff so often that, like, sure, you take a bit less stress, but in the end you still don't care. And like the 10 accuracy, both this and focus ring have it, but focus ring has another upside, which is the crit, and the crit is really good. Like, getting 5 crit is amazing for Hellion because Hellion, like, especially on Blood Moon, you can't just like one tap stuff with like your base damage. What you can do, however, is crit stuff and one-shot stuff with crit. And that's why crit is so important, because like you can increase your damage far enough that you can consistently one-shot stuff, but you can always just increase your crit a bit and have a higher chance to just have a one-shot. And that's why I prefer focus rings offensive upside. Of course, there's the -8 dodge. If you think you need more defenses on Hellion, sure, you can run this. You can run Signet Ring, but I personally would always either run Focus Ring, or if I have it, I would run Thirsting Blade, because Thirsting Blade, this thing is really good. Like, 15 accuracy is amazing. And that's why Heaven's Hairpin, like, in my opinion, it's just outclassed by these two. And there's another one I'm going to talk about right now. It's Hell's Hairpin. This is a Torches Trinket. I'm just going to see it right here. It's 10 crit if torch below 25, 10 accuracy if torch below 25, -10 debuff resist, -10 bleed resist. This thing on torchless is up here. Like, it's honestly that good. Like, 10 crit, like, that's insane. Like, that's an insane amount of crit. Like, the highest you can get from like other trinkets is like you have pen 8 crit, right? But this just gives you 10, and it gives you 15 accuracy on top of that. Like, that's amazing. Like, this thing, like, at the very least on torch, it's like a first pick, and in my opinion it's even up here with like the rest of these amazing ones. Like, on torchless, if I find this is getting equipped always. And for me, like, on torchless, like, the best setup in my opinion is like this and Thirsting Blade. Like, these two together give like Hellion a 30 accuracy increase, and that's amazing. Like, you just have like 30 accuracy, you never miss, you just crit stuff, you have bleed chance. Like, it's amazing. Like, this Hell's Hairpin is so good. And like, yeah, of course, Heaven's Hairpin doesn't have a lot of overlap with it because this is highlight, this is low light, and that's also the reason why a lot of people don't think Hell's Hairpin is that good. Like, yes, for normal runs, this is like all the way down here because you never go torchless. But for torches ones, which I said that I'm gonna consider every torches trinket to be fully active, and that means Hell's Hairpin is up here. Like, yeah, normally you, for like just like a highlight playthrough, Hell's Hairpin is down here. You never use it, you never equip it. Just like basically every other torches trinket, you just put them down here. Except the Shrieker ones, I already talked about those. But yeah, Heaven's Hairpin it's just a bit outclassed by like these two better options, and since it's a rare, you can usually find Focus Ring before it, and that's why I just personally prefer to run Focus Ring. And yeah, that's why this thing, it's still not bad. It's still 10 accuracy and an extra upside, but it, in my opinion, is just not that good compared to like Focus Ring and stuff. But again, it's like comparing stuff to Focus Ring, and this is still a very good trinket and still a first pick because it's accuracy, so you know. Next up, Heavy Boots. Where are they? Heavy Boots. 40% move resist, 20 prot, -2 speed. It's very situational. There's a certain boss fight that wants like the entire party to have this equipped. I specifically go to get 4 copies of Heavy Boots for like one specific boss fight in the late game, and I'm not gonna spoil what it is, but this is really good for that. So, but for like normal missions, like Heavy Boots aren't great. Like the 40% move resist never comes up. 20% prot, sure, like it's decent, but -2 speed really hurts it. Like losing 2 speed is such a big impact. Like the 2 speed trinket that give you like a +2 to speed. Like this is up here. This is up here. Like this is up here even. Like getting more speed is so good that losing 2 speed really hurts. So that's why Heavy Boots normally is like straight up negative. But for that certain boss fight, it's S tier, so I gotta put it here. Hero Ring. Just 25% virtue chance. It's filler. This is so bad. Like it's one of the worst areas. I can't put it to straight up negative because it isn't. It's just an empty trinket slot. I should probably do like a separate thing for like empty trinket slots. Should I do that? Maybe. I'll think about it a bit more. But yeah, this is essentially just an empty trinket slot. Unless you're going for virtue cheeses, sure, then you can bring this. But for virtue cheeses, like if you do it in Farmstead, like yeah, it's good there, but aside from like Farmstead, this just isn't good. Like it's just like not that good. So, and I just don't want to put it in here because even if you use it and it's very situational, like this is still not a first pick. Oh god, Holy Orders. Where is it? Oh, right there. For Crusader, 15% virtue chance, -20% stress, plus 12% death blow resist, -20% blight resist, -20% bleed resist. This thing is complete ass. Like you should never use this. Like the plus virtue chance, nice, sure. -20% stress, like both of this, you don't care. We are talking about Crusader, the guy who has a really good stress healing at camp, who has stress healing in combat. Like, why do you care about this? Like this is the same thing as with like where I put it? Bright Tambourine. Like, yes, you get extra stress resist on Jester, who has some of the best stress healing in the game. Like, this just doesn't do anything in terms with this. And like the stuff down here, like I'm not even gonna explain why this is bad. Like, Death Blow Resist, really? Like, you are gonna rely on that? And like these damage over time defensive cuts are so big. Like this is insane. Like the upside is essentially non-existent, and the downside is really bad. Like getting this much dot resist getting taken away, this hurts. Like you will notice this. Like Crusader is gonna take every damage over time effect, and he's gonna die super fast if he hits Death Store. Like it, this just does nothing. Now Hunter's Talon. It's Focus Ring plus. Like yes, it's 6 crit 10 accuracy for no downside. It's Focus Ring plus. Like this is an insta equip on like every bounty hunter. Like this is the one rare trinket I actually got out of my way for because it's that good. Like this and maybe Feather Crystal. But these two are so good. Like this thing is like there's no downside. Like the 50% food consumed, sure. But it only increases the food at camp. So at camp you just unequip it. It's the same thing as with like Ancestor's Bottle. Where it's like, yeah, technically it has a downside with the food consumed, but you can just ignore it by unequipping it during camp. So that's why Hunter's Talon is so good. Like this thing, it's almost always an instant equip on like every bounty hunter because you get focus rings, better focus rings, that's for free. Leper's Immunity Mask. There it is. 40% stun resist, 30% blight resist, 30% bleed resist, but you lose 10% max HP. This is a nice secondary option. It's essentially a garlic, but slightly different. You get the same amount of resist for like bleed and blight, which is the main resist you care about with garlic as well. And then you get 40% stun resist. Now the stun resist is nice as well. There's a lot of enemies that stun you, and if you get stunned, that really sucks. And just being essentially muted with like this 40% increase is really good. Like 10% max HP, this sometimes hurts you, but it's still Leper, and he still has insane amounts of max HP. And if you lose 10% of it, sure, he becomes more fragile, so he's about at Crusader HP. And like Crusader's HP is still good. And if you get all of this on top of like Crusader HP, sure. The reason it's only a secondary option is because Leper always has other stuff he usually wants, like Focus Ring, more crit and damage, Berserk Mask, like all of that stuff usually outclasses this. But early on it's still good, just like Fortunate Armlet, where like this thing falls off compared to like the stuff up here, the accuracy stuff up there. But it's like Fortunate Armlet is still very good, and it's about the same with this. Knight's Crest from Crusader. Knight's Crest, 10% max HP. Yes, it's stats. You can get this, and you get 10% max HP. If you care about it, sure. Legendary Racer, everyone's favorite damage trinket. Like a lot of people say this thing is really good. It's 20% damage for -1 speed and plus 10% stress. Like I kind of just want to put it here. Like I'm not even gonna lie, yeah. In my opinion, this thing is not good. Like by the time you can get it, it's like in the very rare pool, there's the characters that want a lot of damage already have better options. Like Arbalest, you have Run from Bandana. Like who else really wants that much damage? It's like, yeah, the damage is nice, but losing a speed for it, like that's gonna lower your offenses, and it's just gonna increase your damage, and that's all this does. And in my opinion, it's just not worth it. Like I would honestly run damage down over this. Like this thing, 10% damage for -4 dodge. It's probably better in my opinion, because speed is such an important offensive stat that losing it in combination with like getting another offensive stat just feels really bad. It's like you get 20% crit, but you lose like 60% of your damage. Like that's still a terrible trade-off because you don't do any damage anymore, and then your crit doesn't do anything. But this is essentially the same scenario where you get like a bunch of damage, but you lose one of your most important offensive stats, which is speed, and like that's just not worth it. It's not as bad as something like Berserk Charm, because Berserk Charm just loses you 5 accuracy, and losing accuracy is much more crippling than losing speed. But yeah, legendary bracer, like I really don't like this thing. I never see a use for it, and there's like a lot of options that just give you like 50% damage for no downside, or like you have stuff like this where it's like 20% damage, 3 speed. Like it's just better. Like there's so many better class options that this thing just gets outclassed super quickly, and a lot of the other offensive trinkets just outclass this as well. So Life Crystal, 20% max HP, -1 speed. I'm gonna put it into filler. The difference between this and Hellstone is that this gives you 20%, which is double for -1 speed, and that's pretty good actually. Like the speed, of course, still sucks, but if you have someone that really needs like a max HP increase because they are super fragile and you don't have any of the better defensive trinkets yet, like you didn't find Garlic, you didn't find Blood Charm, you didn't find any of the common ones, like these two. Like yeah, you can equip this and just make sure that someone doesn't die. It's not great, but it gets the job done. Jester, Lucky Dice. Where is it? Lucky Dice, here. 4 accuracy, 4 dodge. Sure. Like, these are some stats you can get. Jester really doesn't care about like this too much. Like the 4 accuracy is just sure, but 90% of the time you just use Ballad, so this is just whatever. Like yes, it's 4 accuracy extra, but you don't really care about it. And the 4 dodge, this is pretty good. You get 4 dodge, no downside. Like this thing, if you have nothing else, equip it. But usually you want something like a Feather Crystal on Jester, and then you want something more defensive, like one of these 2 dodge trinkets, or even like Garlic, Flash's Heart on him, so he doesn't just get one tapped. And this helps slightly, but it doesn't help too much, so it's just down here. Grave Robber. This is Lucky Talisman. Yeah, Lucky Talisman. 12 dodge, 10 range accuracy, 10% stress. Like the downside is non-existent. This thing, it's a good secondary option. Like this is the second part, or like one of the most important parts to making range grave robber work, because it's 10 accuracy and 12 dodge for essentially no downside, and that's what makes this really good. Like 12 dodge is pretty good. It's almost on par with like the dedicated dodge trinkets of like 15, but this also gives you 10 accuracy. And this is essentially like this. A top shelf tonic is usually what I run for like range grave robber setups, and that's like this thing. If you run range grave robber, this is good, but I can't really put it into first picks because the first pick for grave robber is basically always just lunge, and this doesn't help too much with lunge. Like getting 12 dodge on a lunge grave robber is nice, but I would rather have something more offensive and just one-shot stuff more consistently. Next up, Mooncloak and Moonring. Yeah, like these are the torches ones. Like Mooncloak, 50% prod, 10% dodge if torch below 26. It's a secondary option on torchless. It's really good defenses. Like, don't get me wrong. Like 10% prod, 10 dodge for no downside is huge. But the issue is on torchless, you never want to get hit anyways. Like you want to stun the enemy, you want to kill the enemy, and having something like this, which is super defensive, like it can be nice if all your other offensive options are covered, but usually this is like your second thought. Like you think, oh yeah, I have accuracy, I have everything else already. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna put on Mooncloak because it's a nice defensive buff. That's why it's there. Moonring, it's up here. It's 15% damage, 10% accuracy. Like, you know why this is good. It's 10 accuracy with an extra upside on torchless. This is why you run it. It has no downsides. So compared to Focus Ring, you can pick it over it, but I personally still prefer a Focus Ring. because of the 5 crit, and I prefer 5 crit over 50% damage, so that's why focus ring is always gonna be above this, in my opinion. But you can just like put this above focus ring if you want to. Move stone. Move amulet. Yeah, 20% move skill chance, 30% move resist, minus 10% debuff resist. Sure. Like, the downside of like the minus debuff resist, it happens sometimes, but like the move resist part doesn't matter, and like the move skill chance part, it can be nice on certain characters, but most of those characters that really want to move stuff around have like a better trigger for it, and that's why this thing is just like not that great. The foot. Where is it? I can't see it. What? Am I going insane? Yeah, it's right here. Move charm, 20% move resist, minus 1 speed. Why would you bring this? Like, this does nothing. It's just a 1 speed cut. It's whatever. Move stone, 50% move skill chance. At the time where you actually think about equipping these, like, you don't care about fucking move chance. Like, you care about accuracy much more, you care about speed much more. Like, this is just one thing. PD, poison herb, 40% blight skill chance, minus 15% max HP. This is a good secondary option. Like, usually you never want blight chance or PD because you just have Blasphemous Vial, and Blasphemous Vial just gives you that. And like that much blight chance, if you run this and Blasphemous Vial, you have plus 60%, and like, sure, but you usually don't need that. Because the only region where you really care about those, like that much blight chance, is like Wield and Crimson Court. In Crimson Court, you just run Dazzling Mirror because this thing is completely broken there. And for Wield, you usually prefer to stun stuff anyways, and the blight chances that the blight resists there are like too bad that like Blasphemous Fire can usually cover it by itself. And if you have something where you need that much blight chance, you can usually just bring a Bloody Herb and just run Incision for frontline clearing. And the reason it's still so high as like as a good secondary option is for the time when you don't have Blasphemous Vial yet, and then you can run this to make your blights more consistent. But at that time, you usually still care more about like stun chance. You care more about accuracy, and like this thing is just like a good secondary option if you want more blight. Gunslinger's Buckle. It's a fun one. Gunslinger's Buckle, 20% damage to range skills, 15 accuracy to range skills, minus 10% melee skills, minus 5 crit for melee skills. It's a secondary option. Ranged Highwayman is decent, where the ranged Highwayman setup is usually this, and like something like the Crystalline Trinket. Like these two together do very well for like your range skills, which is essentially just pistol shot. Because like tracking shot, sure, like you don't care about accuracy and damage on tracking shot, and like grab shot blast still doesn't do anything because 15 accuracy isn't gonna help it. Like grab shot is still bad. Even it deals more damage and it's more usable, but it's still bad. Like I would still just pick pistol shot and one tap stuff, and that's probably better. The reason this is not like ranged Highwayman isn't that great is because Duelist Advance is that good. Like you can still use Duelist Advance on ranged Highwayman, and I really recommend you do it. It gets a lot weaker because all of this doesn't give Duelist Advance or like all of his melee skills any accuracy, and because of that you can't really run like an secondary accuracy trinket because you want other stuff, so all of his melee stuff is very unreliable. Open Vein can still do fairly well because it has really good base accuracy, but like the minus 10% melee damage to melee skills, like this really doesn't matter. Like it's a damage cut, which like yes, you get it, but most of the time you don't really notice it too much. But like the 5 crit really hurts. I already explained why crit is more important than damage, and losing like 5 crit on all your melee stuff really hurts. So this essentially locks you into ranged with like a bit of melee. If you run Duel's Advance or like Ovenwane, then yeah, sure. And this is essentially just a pistol shot buff. But the pistol shot buff is extremely high because of like 15 accuracy, 20% damage. And that's why it's like this is like the thing that unlocks range Highwayman. And like if you want to use that playstyle, you can use this, but for like general purposes you just kind of run this. Like this set is so good. But if you don't have it, like yeah sure, and you can run a more range Highwayman, but you can usually get away with like normal accuracy and like something like this. So dodge, something more offensive, like there's a lot of stuff you can use and instead of this. Quick draw charm. This thing is very specific. It's 8 speed on the first round, 12 crit on the first round, but you get -3 speed after the first round. It's situational. There's very specific character setups that really like this. Like, if you use Crusader for Holy Lands mainly, you can equip this, and you can just one-shot. You can outspeed everything on the first round, you can one-shot a backliner, it's insane. And like the -3 speed on Crusader after like the first round, like he's gonna go last anyways. But this 8 speed helps him enough, so he can usually still go like very early. And getting 12 crit on Holy Lands is already high crit modifier. Like, it's like Holy Lands is gonna crit a lot. And if you have something else like Focus Ring paired to it, it's like you get 17% on top of Holy Lands' like 15% damage crit modifier. And that's like 30%. And like, this is really good. But on other characters, most of the time it's not that good. Unless you have like a specific setup in mind where you need one character to go first, like once, and after that he can just go like last every time, and then you can equip this. It's a very powerful burst on turn 1, but after that it's just crippling, and that's why in my opinion it's very situational. The speed bag. Quickening satchel. It's 2 speed, no downside. Like, it's nice. You get a lot of other speed trinkets that do this thing, but basically better, like Feather Crystal for example. But still, this thing early on is still good. Like, you equip it on Grave Robber basically every time because it's 2 speed. And yeah, it just does exactly that. Raider's Talisman. 5 crit. 30% trap disarm chance, 2 speed, 15% scouting chance for -10% max HP. This is a very good secondary option. It's a lot of out of combat support, like the 15% scouting. The 2 speed and 5 crit is pretty good. Like 2 speed, you essentially get quickening satchel, and you get 5 crit. 5 crit is really good. I get her because if you run like lunge, which is most likely what you are gonna do with like these stats. Then you can just go ahead and like crit rank 3 and then crit rank 3 stat, and that's great. The -10% max HP, sure, like it's kind of bad, but Grave Robber has like a lot of options that can help her avoid getting like hit. She has a lot of dodge if she crits, which this thing helps to do. She gets 10 dodge. If she uses Shadow Fade, she gets dodge, she gets stealth, and like this thing, like the other upsides aside from like the combat stuff, if it was just the combat stuff and like -10% max HP, I would put it into like filler or even like straight up negative. But because of the scouting, this thing just becomes a lot better. Like scouting is so good, and like a lot of the scouting stuff is just come up here, and this thing as well. It's like it doesn't give like as much scouting, or it doesn't give as big as the other upside, but it's still very good. Oh, the other the accuracy trinket. Reckless Charm. 5 accuracy, -2 dodge. Like, this holds up really well. Like, even later into the game, This is not bad actually. Like, getting 5 accuracy extra is never like a bad thing. So if you have like a secondary trinket slot available, you can equip this. And obviously, because it's a common, if you find this early on, you are equipping this every time. Like, this thing is so good. Like, 5 accuracy for essentially no downside is amazing. And the other option is accuracy zone, which is like, I put this into very situational, but for the early game it's like first pick, and this is the same. Like, it's in the early game this is like a first pick as well, but in later in the game it still holds up and is a good secondary option if you need more accuracy and don't have any other accuracy trinket you can put on. The Virtue Chalice from Vestal. Where is it? There it is. Virtuous Chalice. It's 10% Virtue chance, -5 max HP. Whatever. Like, it's -5% max HP for basically no upside. I would never equip this. It's sure. Then for PD, Rotgut Sensor. 8 accuracy, -5 max HP. This thing is pretty good. Again, early on, this thing is super good because it's 8 accuracy for basically no downside. It's, I think, 1 max HP for PD every time she equips this. But getting 8 accuracy for no downside is pretty good. And that's why I personally think this thing, like, even later on, you can equip this. If you don't have Blasphemous Vial yet, you can equip this and just get 8 accuracy for basically no downside. Of course, there's better other options for accuracy later on, but all of them are gonna be up here, so you know, this thing is still decent. Ooh, that's the fun one. Sacred Scroll. -10% stress, +33% healing skills, -10% stun skill chance, -30% damage. This thing is a nude trap. You should never want to equip this. This is pretty bad. Like, these upsides, they seem really good. The issue is that 33% healing compared to like 25 is barely a jump. Like, the extra 8% you get is like 1 extra point to the max range of like her AoE heal. And do you care? Do you really care about that? No, you don't. The -10% stress, sure. Like, you can have it, like, sometimes you care about this, most of the time you don't. Especially not with these downsides. Like, this, all of this makes Vestal super reactive. In a Darkest Dungeon, you never want to be reactive. So, all of this is horrid. Like, if this was on PED, like these stats, like, you would just say that this is complete garbage, right? And it's the same here, because like, her stun is one of her best skills, and having Judgment deal essentially no damage is really bad. Because you just lose a lot of finishing potential, and all of this is just not worth it. So that's why this thing is like down here. Sacrificial Cauldron. 20% damage, 10% stress. Sure. It's 20% damage for no downside. Like, if you care about damage on a cultist, you are probably doing artillery spam, and artillery wants accuracy, and then you have like a lot of other stuff you can bring over it, like musket ball, because musket ball is a better split because it gives you crit in addition to damage, and having crit is just a lot better than like just 10% damage. And like, for damage occultists, like, this is decent in like the mid game if you want to run that, but at that point you usually have like Demon's Cauldron available, so you just bring Demon's Cauldron, put him into rank 2, and you just stun stuff, and that's usually just a lot better. Now all of the shield breaker stuff. Venomous Vial, 30% blight skill chance, -10% blight resist. Decent. Like, yes, you equip this and your blight becomes more consistent. Usually 1 to pierce every turn basically, but for like the off chance you are running Adder's Kiss or like Impale and you need extra blight chance, yeah, this right here. The -10% blight resist sucks, but her blight resist is so bad anyways that losing 10% more usually doesn't change anything. Shimmering Scale. 10% prot, 5% stress. Sure. It's 10% prot for no downside. You can equip this. It's sort of whatever most of the time. 10% prot isn't too much, and it isn't enough to make up for Sheepbreaker's horrible defenses early on. So this just doesn't do anything compared to like the better defensive trinkets like Garlic or like the other stuff that's in here. Dancer's Foot Wraps. 2 speed, 40% move resist. It's essentially just speed satchel, but for Sheepbreaker. Like the 40% move resist, you don't care. Like not on Sheepbreaker. Sheepbreaker is super rank flexible anyways, and she has options to move forward and backwards. And like, why do you care about move resist? And she can do basically all the stuff from every rank. So it's whatever. Like this, the 40% move resist doesn't matter. But the 2 speed is nice. So it's right next to this thing. Fanged Spear Tip. 35% damage against mark, minus 10% damage. No. It's really not that good. Like this 10% damage is always present. So even if you attack a mark target, this is only 25% damage. And it has nothing else. Like just 25% damage is sort of whatever. Especially if it's conditional against marked. And most of the time, this just doesn't do anything. Like most of the time it just sits there and lowers your damage by 10%. Even on a mark team. And if you go for a mark team and you want to bring Shieldbreaker, just don't take this. Like you have other characters that profit out of mark so much better, like Arbalest, and like this just doesn't help. Like Fanged Spear Tip is so bad. Like never equip this. Koi Boily, I think that's how you pronounce it. It's 33% max HP for minus 2 speed. It's a nice secondary option. Like if you want a very tanky Sheepbreaker, you can quit this. This essentially puts it up to leper HP, which is really good. The minus 2 speed sucks obviously, because then Sheepbreaker is slow and she's mainly a damage dealer. But this can just fix the defenses by itself, even if you have like a negative quirk, or like the other trinket gives you like a downside to like your defensive, like Focus Ring. You can just equip this and like you have insane amounts of max HP. It's not always good. A lot of the time you can use other defensive trinkets that are better, like Flash's Heart, the good ones, or even Cleansing Crystal, because you don't care about the blight on her too much. Then this thing usually gets outclassed, but it's still a very good secondary option. Her Crimson Cord set. Where is it? Here. Obsidian Dagger, 40% debuff skill chance, 40% blight skill chance. It's alright. Like that later to the game when you get this, which is at the 6th and 7th nightmare, it's like her blight stuff, sure, but usually you just use Pierce, and Pierce is really good at that point because you have accuracy, you have extra offensive stuff, you have defensive stuff, and like Shieldbreaker in like the late game is so good that this thing just isn't great. Severed Hand, 50% blight resist, minus 10% stress. It's nice. It's a bit more extra defenses, getting immunity to blight essentially, and 10% less stress is nice, but it isn't too good either. 50% max HP, 10% prot, can't be guarded, and has like temp bonus. Like it's even more defensive in addition to like the thing that Severed Hand already gives, and overall it's like a good secondary option. Like you can run it, but it's not that good. This thing, the Blight Satchel from Grave Robber. Where is it? Oh, right here. Biting Satchel, 25% Blight skill chance, plus 1 speed, minus 4 dodge. Like, sure. Like, it's usable, and like the minus 4 dodge isn't too bad, especially because you get the 1 speed. The Blight chance is decent if you are going for like a more Blight oriented Grave Robber, but most of the time this is just like, sure. You pick it because you want 1 speed, and that's the extent of why this is good. Scouting Stone. Seer Stone. 15% scouting chance, -1 speed. This thing goes right up here. It's 15% scouting. Scouting is good. That's why this thing is up here. Like, I'm not gonna even explain why this is good. I already talked about it with like every other scouting trinket. The leper armlet. Redemption armlet, yeah. 15% damage in position 1, -3% virtue chance. It's 50% damage, but you really don't care about this on leper. Like, leper's base damage is so good, and you really only want him to crit, because if he crits, he just deletes like an enemy, and like that plus damage doesn't help with that. And like, he wants accuracy first, he wants crit first, he wants like other stuff over this, and that's why it's only down here. And like, even early on, like, you can equip this, it has no downside, but early on you want like double accuracy trinket, because the accuracy stuff you get is like reckless charm or like accuracy stone, which only gives like 4 or 5 accuracy, and that's usually not enough. So you have to run like double accuracy trinkets early on leper, and that's, it just doesn't leave space for this, and that's why it's down here. For Hellion, Selfish Spin. I always forget this exists. Like, it's 15% stress, and sure, it's like, yeah, this is stats you get. You can equip this. It's not that bad. It's not that good either. It's just sort of whatever. Sharpening Sheath for Highwayman. 7 crit to melee skills and 40% bleed skill chance for -1 speed. It's nice. The bleed skill chance is okay. Like, if you are going to Cove or like somewhere where bleed doesn't stick as well, which is essentially just Cove, you can bring this to make open way more consistent, but the thing you really care about is the 7% crit for melee skills. If you don't have any of the other good offensive trinkets yet, then you can equip this and use this instead. The -1 speed obviously sucks, but 7 crit makes up for that fairly well. So that's why, like, it's a weak secondary option, and there's a lot of better ones, but you can run this. This is the bad cloak, right? Shimmering Cloak, I think it was. Yeah, Shimmering Cloak. 8 dodge, -33% healing received. Whatever. Like, you don't care about this. Like, this is in a pool where, like, Camo Cloak exists. And just bring Camo Cloak. Yeah, that's why this thing is bad. Like, the -33% healing received really hurts. Like, the characters that rely on dodge are unreliable, so you can still get hit a bit over like 20 dodge. And if you then can't heal them up very well because of like this -33% healing received, and they get it again, like, that sucks. And this 8 dodge usually just doesn't make up for like this massive healing received downside, and that's why it's down here. Slippery Boots. 4 dodge, -20% move resist, essentially no downside. It's the definition of a filler trinket. Like, if you have nothing else to equip this, it's 4 dodge, whatever. Man at Arms, the other eye patch. Sly eye patch here. Where's the Sly eye patch? Yeah, Sly eye patch. 4 dodge for -10% stun resist, 10% move resist. Sure. It's essentially Slippery Boots, but worse, because I would prefer having 10% stun resist. Like, yes, you can equip this early on, but like, as soon as you find anything else, this just gets outclassed. Sniper's Ring. Yeah, Sniper's Ring. 15 accuracy in position 4, 4 crit in position 4, but -2 speed. This is a good secondary option for specific characters. 15 accuracy, obviously amazing. Like, that's a lot of accuracy. And like, the 4 crit also helps, but this is all very conditional. Like, if you get moved, all of this just gets completely shafted and doesn't do anything anymore. And the -2 speed is constant, so that always hurts you a bit. And most characters just can't run this, because they either don't care about these upsides, or they really don't like losing 2 speed. That's why Sniper's Ring is just like in this weird space where it's like good on like maybe rank for Houndmaster, but like outside of that, it's really not good. Like, it's a good secondary option because it's still amazing stats, but it's only on very, very specific characters, and that's why it's here. Sunbracer. Well, yeah, Solar Bracer. 4 crit is torture about 75, 5 dodge is torture about 75. This stuff down here doesn't matter. It's 4 crit, 5 dodge. Like, sure. It's nice, I guess. Like, the 4 crit isn't too big. You can usually run other stuff to get some more crit. And like the 5 dodge, sure. It's a bit of extra defense if you need it, but it's not too great, so I'm just gonna put it down here. Speedstone. It's 1 speed. Everybody knows this. It's decent. You equip this until you find a better speed trinket. Until then, it's just good. Steady Bracer. 10 accuracy for ranged, -2 dodge. It's gotta be a first pick. Until you get into the very late game, where you find Ancestor's Pistol. This thing is like your main ranged accuracy increaser. Like, you run this on basically every ranged character because it's just 10 accuracy for basically no downside. Especially characters that can't crit really like this, and because it just makes them more consistent for basically no other thing. If you want, of course, a character that's range and crits a lot, or you want to have them crit, then you usually just run Focus Ring, or like class specific stuff, or like other stuff. But someone like Antiquarian likes this. You can run it on Occultist until you find better stuff. Houndmaster can run this. It's just good. Like, this is like even late into the game. Like, if I don't get Ancestor's Pistol for whatever reason, then I still run this because it's really good. Stun Amulet. 10% stun skill chance, 20% stun resist, -4 dodge. It's nice. A lot of characters don't get in kit stun increase, so having like this as like a neutral option is just decent. Like Vestal likes this, Bounty Hunter likes this. A lot of the other characters just like having this before they find their class specific stun triggers, like Crusader with Paralyzer's Crest. Until you find that, you just run this because it's more stun chance, and that's why it's good. This is the stun resist one, right? Stun Shame, yeah. 20% stun resist for -2 dodge. It's nice. The -2 dodge isn't too big of a downside, and 20 stun resist helps. There's some enemies that stun you, so being resistant to that is nice. The Blighting Satchel from Griffin. Sickening Satchel, yeah. 20% damage versus Blight. Sure. Like, yeah, you can use it for lunge, but Grave Robot is so fast from like her base speed that you usually outspeeds whoever's trying to set up, so this just doesn't help. And usually just helpful on like turn 2 and after, and at that point you really don't care about this anymore, and that's why it's just like decent, and you can equip it, but it's not that good. Stunstone. 10% stun skill chance for -1 speed. It's decent. It's a nice filler. Later on, you find this thing, which has the -1 speed downside removed, and then you find this thing, which gives the same amount, but it also gives stun resist for dodge, which is better. And like, yeah, very early on when you don't have anything else, like you can equip this. The minus speed obviously sucks on characters who want to stun, but making your stuns consistent, especially that early on where you can find this, it's like, yeah, that's important. So you just still equip this even though the -1 speed really sucks. Suncloak. It's 5 prot and 10 dodge if the torch is above 75. I guess. Like, I usually prefer the 5 dodge that this gives over like the 5 prod. And that's because the characters that 110 dodge usually rely on dodge a lot more than the other defense like max HP. And that's why I just prefer giving them more dodge, because double stacking into like 2 different defenses, that's really doesn't help. And that's why this is down here. Sun Ring, 10 damage if torch is above 75, 5 accuracy if torch is above 75. This is like okay. It's 5 accuracy, 10 damage, which sure. You like it, but this can't usually be your sole accuracy trinket, and you really have to get 10 accuracy or more, and Sun Ring just doesn't work. Like, this is like a secondary option compared to like to complement something like a focus ring, and then you bring this in addition to that for even more accuracy and a bit of extra damage. But the reason why this isn't that good is because of the next trinket, which is Surgery Gloves. I've already mentioned this a lot. It's 8 crit for melee skills, 5 accuracy for melee skills for minus 20% move resist, 10% debuff resist. And like 10% debuff resist, you can't give this up for like these stats. Like, this is completely insane. Like, this thing, it goes to the first pick. It's technically not like characters that only want 5 extra accuracy for like melee, like Grave Robber. Like, you equip this. Like, this is so good. Like, 8 crit is amazing. Like, that's so this is like pen stats. Like, then this is a green trinket. Like, this thing is so good. And like the 5 extra accuracy helps it to be like a secondary option where we run a focus ring, we run this. Like, you are never mad to equip this on like your melee characters, because it's still 8 crit at worst, and getting more accuracy is never bad. And this is just amazing. Like, this thing, I bring this into like level 6 stuff. I bring this into like the Darkest Dungeon. Surgical Gloves is that good, and if it had like slightly better stats, I would honestly just put it up here. Like, if this was neutral, where it just gives you like 5 accuracy, 8 crit, yeah, it's completely broken. Like, this goes on every character. But it's only on melee characters, and that's why I think I can really put it up here with like the other stuff. Another really good common trinket. This is probably the best common trinket in the game. Survival Guide, 10 scouting, 10 trap disarm for -1 speed. This goes right next to Seer Stone. Yes, it's 5% less scouting, but 10% trap disarm allows it to be swapped around. And it's essentially just Mini's Ancestors map. And you know where Ancestors map is? Up here. Yeah. So this thing is at least a good secondary option, because it's just weaker stats than one of the best trinkets in the game, and that's really not bad. So Survival Guide is really good as like a secondary option, where you have your accuracy covered, your other stuff covered, and then you think, oh yeah, what do I want to bring? 90% of the time, it's Survival Guide. It's Survival Guide over Seer Stone, and if you don't care about any other stats, and you want some out of combat stuff, you bring Survival Guide. Swift Cloak. Swift Cloak. 2 speed, no downside. Yeah. This thing, it's like these two, but neutral. Yeah, it's 2 speed for no downside. It's good. Later on, you obviously get Feather Crystal, but until then, this is just like a good speed trinket. Where's Crusader? There. Swordsman Crest. 10% damage to melee skills and -50% healing skills. This is decent. The -% healing skills really only affects battle heal. The reason is that if you get -50% healing skills, you still get at least 1 point from Inspiring Cry, because Darkest Dungeon always rounds up the healing numbers. And that's why this thing is essentially just more damage. You can't reduce battle heal anymore, but you get 10% extra damage. Sure. It's nice. It's essentially Dodge Stone, but slightly better than for Crusader, and that's why it's also just a filler trinket. Tenacity Ring.
10% death blow resist, 5 dodge, minus 5 crit. Why? Like, this stuff up here, sure. Like the death blow resist, whatever. 5 dodge, nice. Minus 5 crit? Who do you run this on? Like, characters that don't want to crit, you can run this on, but like, no, you don't. Like, Tenacity Ring is just terrible. Like, the upside is so minor, and the downside is crippling for like every character that wants to attack, and that's why it's just a straight up negative. Tough Ring. 10% prot, 15% max HP, minus 50% damage, 10% stress. It's a filler trinket. Like, it has like some downside, and a lot of characters can't run it, and the ones that can run it usually have other stuff they would prefer over this. Like the bleed resist stuff, the dodge stuff, Slasher's Heart. It's like there's so many better defensive options that this just kind of falls to the wayside. Like, the stats on it aren't bad, but they aren't outstanding in any category either. So Tough Ring is just sort of like whatever. It exists at that one pocket of your mind where you see that as a boss roll and you think, oh yeah, this could be nice, and then you realize, who do you run this on? Like, if you have like any idea who you run this on, sure, but I personally never have like a good character I want this to be on, and that's why this thing is just like filler. The move thingy for Barian here, unmovable helmet. 30% move resist, 20% move skill chance. Yeah, like, it makes a lot of his stuff better, it makes his pull better, it makes uppercut better, it makes flashbang better, but all of that stuff, like, you don't care about the move resist. The thing, or like the moves moving, the thing you care about is like the stunning, mainly. And if this was like stun chance instead of move chance, this would be broken, obviously. But with just this, like, it just doesn't feel good to use. Like, it's not good. It's definitely not terrible because there's no downside on it, but I personally never use it. The melee bracer. Warrior's bracer. 10% damage to melee skills, minus 4 dodge. Sure. It's dodge stone minus. Just use dodge stone if you find it. I think dodge stone is even very common instead of just like common. No, it isn't. I'm stupid. But these are like in the same category of like, yes, it increases your damage. You never want to use both of these, and that's why this thing just kind of becomes like damage stone but for melee, and just run damage stone. Warrior's cap, 5 accuracy to melee skills. This is decent. Obviously you have surgical gloves, which is better, but until you get surgical gloves, I think this is like your best accuracy option, or like secondary accuracy option that isn't like another big accuracy trinket. You obviously can't run this as a single accuracy trinket except early on when you don't have anything better, and this thing is like decent. It's more accuracy. Like, what do you need to say? Do you want me to explain about it? Which is wild. 15% stun chance. Yeah. This is the thing you run until you have Blasphemous Vial. You run this and like speed, or you run like accuracy, and you try to get as close to Blasphemous Vial as possible. And just part of it, it's essentially this thing, but slightly better because it's 15 instead of 10. And yeah, it helps. It's not Blasphemous Vial and it gets outclassed by that, but that's nice. The stone, the comic stone? What's it called? Nope, it's further down. Huh? Warrior Stone, right here. I'm stupid. 10% virtue chance, minus 10% stress, minus 1 speed. Sure. Like, yeah. No, I'm gonna put it down here. It's like, it's essentially this thing, but worse. Because it only gives you 10% instead of 15, and like the 10% virtue chance, like,
you are already working to prevent stress, and then you get virtue chance. Like, why? You are never trying to reach it anyways. You have already taken measures to never reach that, and it's just not good. Wounding helmet. The other new trap a lot of people fall into. It's 25% melee skills for minus 25% move skill chance and minus 20% stun skill chance. This thing is rancid. Like, you give up 2/3 of your kit for 25% melee damage. Huh? And like, flashbang is arguably his best move. And like, why? Like, this is horrible. Like, his Bounty Hunter's control kit is what makes him special. Because like, if you just want damage, you just bring Highwayman. Like, you don't bring Bounty Hunter because like you want Bounty Hunter damage. Because at that point you just bring Highwayman. Highwayman has better reach, about the same amount of damage. You have duelist advance, and you have better accuracy on his melee stuff. And like, you don't bring Bounty Hunter. Like, the 25% damage, sure, but it won't help you catch up to Highwayman. The thing that helps Bounty Hunter catch up to Highwayman is his other utility, which is flashbang, pulling, uppercut, like all of that stuff. And that's why this thing is just bad. Like, it just makes him worse in every possible way, and you just bring Highwayman instead. And Highwayman is just better than Wounding Helmet Bounty Hunter. Where is it? This is like the Vestal Chalice, one of them. There's like 10 chalices or something. Youth Chalice, yeah. Plus 20% max HP, minus 10% damage. No. Why do you care about more defenses on Vestal? This isn't even like good defenses. And like, you just heal this off. And like, the minus 10 damage matters. It makes Judgment worse. Judgment is pretty decent because it hits any rank for a pretty okay amount of damage. And losing more damage from that is never good. And now the heads. Which is the first one? Dismas Head. Dismas Head, 25% damage, minus 10% max HP, plus 20% stress. Good on specific characters that want extra damage, like Arbalest early on. Arbalest can use this pretty well, because like 10% max HP for Arbalest doesn't matter too much. She already has great HP, she can heal herself. 20% stress, yes, it sucks, but it's like, if you want damage, this isn't too bad. You can also run this in Grave Robber, because Grave Robber, like, her max HP is pretty bad anyways, and getting 25% damage extra. If you have like this and Litter Opener, you just run this plus Dismas Head for like all the way until champion. And like, you're gonna be fine. Like, but like, Grave Robber is just gonna one-shot stuff, and it's fun. It's really good. It's just a cool combo. Barristan's Head. 25% prot for 20% stress. This is a secondary option for Jester specifically. This is very good on Jester, because Jester's defenses are horrid. Like, his HP is so bad that he can just like get one tapped a champion. And then you run Barristan's Head, because you don't want to rely solely on dodge, and every other character that uses dodge usually has some sort of failsafe. Like, if you just don't dodge anything, you still have like one other options to get them off Death's Door. You have another defensive stat that helps, but Jester just doesn't. And that's why this thing is so good on him. And the downside of like 20% stress, it's on Jester. Like, stress isn't a problem with Jester, so like, this 20% stress you don't care about. And 25% prot allows Jester to survive like 2 to 3 hits, and that's good. And that's what you care about. And Barristan's Head is essentially Jester only. Every other character doesn't like this, because you don't care about that much prot, and most of the other characters just have like, if you get like dodge, you get like any of the other defensive, it's a lot better. And like, Barristan's Head is essentially just Jester. Junior's Head. 30% healing skills, 20% stress. Like, yeah, it goes next to the other heads. It's a secondary option for like your healer. It's Vestal's best healing trinket until you find Ancestors map, Ancestors scroll essentially. You can run this if you don't want to take the massive stress hit, but
I would probably pick this over Tome of Holy Healing. You just have to play around with Vestal's healing trinkets a bit and decide which one you like the most. Yeah. Aria box. And minus 25% stress. Sure. Like, we don't care about this. It's essentially just the book of Sanity, but slightly better. I already explained why this Book of Sanity isn't too good, so you know, same reasons here. Overture box, 50% max HP, plus 8 dodge, minus 2 accuracy. It's alright. Like, if you have a character that doesn't want to attack too much, but likes the defensive buffs a lot, then yeah, you can run this, but it's not that good. And I honestly rarely bring this. Crescendo box, 2 speed, 15 damage, 10 stress. This is the good one. This is one of the best secondary offensive options for it's like just generally available. 2 speed, great, 15% damage, okay. No downside. This is why you care about this. Yeah, you can bring this as like a secondary option, so you find like the better stuff. A-bomb, the virtual lock. Yeah, it's here, Log of Patience, 10% virtue chance. This is on the guy that has the 11-point stress seal on himself. Why do we bring this? Scouting Whistle for Houndmaster. 20% scouting, torch below 51, and 20% direct assumptions. You can see it here. This is essentially just a net 5% for Houndmaster compared to Highlight, but I'm still gonna put it into like a secondary pick. No, it's actually just the first pick for Houndmaster. On Torchless, this is a first pick. On like normal runs, this is like filler. 20% scouting is really good. Like, that's 5% behind Ancestors map, and it's the highest amount of scouting you can usually find. If you find this on early Torchless, like, it's amazing. Yeah, so that's why this is the first pick. Dirge of the Devoured. Why you Dirge? Let's fill it up. Let's get past it. Dirge for the Devoured. 25% stress skills, 25% damage if London was in inventory. Whatever. Like, it's essentially just the same reasoning why plus stress skills isn't good. If you are running Color of Madness or like endless stuff, you don't bring this. You bring Ancestor Scroll because then you can swap it around during camp. This is essentially just better for Jester all the time. This doesn't do anything. It's whatever. The Armlet for Leper. Penetrate Amulet. 10 accuracy if you have a bandage. 50% max HP minus 15% bleed resist. It's conditional accuracy, and you want to use the bandages to heal the bleeding or leper because of like the minus 15% bleed resist. It just feels bad. Like, there's so many better accuracy trinkets that this is just sort of bad. Like, you just bring Focus Ring, and this just doesn't matter that much. Knock of Fury for A-bomb. There it is, Log of Fury, 10% damage, 3 speed, minus 10% max HP. This thing is really good. The main thing you care about is the 3 speed. Yeah, that's the entire reasoning. Like, you can run this on human form for 3 speed. The 10 damage is nice, it makes manacles hit a bit harder, but it's not that big an impact. For Beast, obviously, this thing is great. Like, you run this and Broken Key, and you have 15 accuracy, 10% damage, 3 speed. Great stats. And that's why you run this. The downside of like 10% max HP
sure, but you have a lot of healing on A-Bomb because of like his self-heal, because his self-heal is so good. And like if you transform, you also get a small HP heal, so this also just helps with that. And the minus NX HP counter isn't too bad. Mirror Shield. 10% dodge, 30% damage reduction, 20% stun resist. Like, I think I'm gonna put it here. It's Wilbur's Flag, but worse. It's like 20% stun resist instead of the 50 that Wilbur's Flag gives. 30% damage reflection, sure. This reflects like 2 damage every time you get hit, but because you get dodge, you usually don't get hit, which means that damage reflection doesn't trigger. If you guard something and you get prot, you don't reflect like the original damage, 30% of the original damage, but you only reflect the 30% of the damage you take. So if you have 60% prot, you get like hit for 10 damage. You take 4 damage because of the prot, and then you reflect 30% of the 4 damage. And like this is really not a big upside. It's whatever. The 10 dodge is obviously good. It's essentially just like a class specific dodge trinket you can run. Guardian Shield. When Man-at-Arms is in rank 4, he gets 10% prot, 50% healing received, and 10 dodge. This exists for exactly 4 fights. And all 4 of them are bosses. And yeah, that like it's just for that. Yeah, like you run this in the specific scenario where you want to run rank 4 Man-at-Arms who can't attack and is essentially stuck below his buffs and guard. And if you plan to guard a lot with him, you put him into rank 4, you equip this. And for the dungeon, normally I recommend just running him as normal. And then if you enter the boss fight, you have him in rank 4, and then this thing is actually active, and that's how I recommend using it. It's very good if you run rank 4 Man-at-Arms, but for every other scenario it's just bad. Mantra of Fasting. Where is it? 40% max HP if you are wasting, 7 speed if you are wasting. Yeah, it's not great. Like this tooltip says here, it's essentially just 20% max HP, 3 speed. And if you are wasting, there's always a chance you miscount your turns and you just die. And that's why this thing is garbage. Like, it's technically not a downside because it's empty stats. This never applies because you are never at wasting. Because if you enter Craving, you just take a blood, you enter Bloodlust, and Bloodlust is insane. Like Bloodlust gives you 25% damage, it gives you 4 speed, gives you a bunch of resists. Like, why would you go down to wasting for like 20% max HP, 3 speed, if you could go to Bloodlust and get 4 speed, defenses in form of resists, and 25% damage? Like, why? This is just nothing. Medic's boots. It's Medic's grease, but musketeer. I'm just gonna put it next to her. Like, yeah, same thing. Mercurial Salve. 25% damage against bloodsuckers. It's like Dazzling Mirror, but slightly worse because Dazzling Mirror is nuts, and this thing is just very good. If you're running against like the bosses, you can equip this for like a big damage increase, and against Baron, this is very good. And because against Baron and like the second Crimson Cloud boss, it's essentially just a battle of like how fast can you burst them down, and yeah, this is what you use for it. It's 25% damage with no downside. Like, what do I need to say? Miller's Locket. Is this what the other? It's with the other kind of madness stuff. Miller's Locket. It's obviously a great counter against Miller. 40% blind resist, sure. 3% speed, sure. 40% extra damage against Miller, again, Miller counter. 3 speed, 40% blind resist, what you usually look at with this. It's nice. Like, it's actually a pretty good, decent second option. Because if you have this, then you can just have like 3 speed and having just 3 speed is nice, and having a bit of extra blight resistance on top of that is actually quite nice as well. Like, you can run this, it's obviously meant to counter Miller, which it does really well, because you don't take damage from reaping, you get 40% damage increase, like that's great. But and he uses Immortal Beloved, which is very weak and essentially wastes his turn. But yeah, like even for like normal users, this is pretty decent. 3 speed, 40% blight resist, sure. Longevity Eye Patch from Meldoms. This thing is hilarious. It's 50% max HP for -2 speed. Terrible. You know why? Life Crystal. Life Crystal is just better. Life Crystal gives 20% max HP for -1 speed. Like, it's just better. Like, why would you run this? Like, Longevity Eye Patch is so bad. Like, it gets outclassed by like a neutral option. Like, come on. Miller's Pipe. On monster kill, stress -2. On kill, all monsters get a blight. And if the hero's killed, you get a bunch of like 45 stress. You get -20% prot, -2 speed. Like, this thing is not great. It's whatever. Like, the stress you get on kill, sure. Like, it's a bit of extra stress healing, but a lot of other stuff just helps you prevent that stress. And like the blight, sure, but you need to kill stuff first. And like, this never sticks like on champion, and the blight isn't too big, so why? Like, this thing just feels super bad, and that's why I'm just gonna put it into filler. The musket balls. This is the reason a lot of people say that musketeer is straight up a downside, because aside from the whole trinket modding, her color of mana trinket is horrid. 20% damage and 20% damage to target a random chance. You know, Musketeer and Arbalist are a character that profits heavily off of Mark. And if you have a 20% chance to just not hit the Mark target because of random chance, that's not great. And that's why musket balls are that bad. Next up, Petrified Skull for Cultist. 40% prot when attacked by a husk, 20% -20% healing received, plus 30% prot if attacked by an eldritch, and 15% max HP. It's a very, very big defensive upgrade. The issue is it's only against husk, and it's only against eldritch. And if you aren't fighting against them, this is not good. And if you are fighting against them in like the end game, like, you have so much other stuff you want to have, like Demon's Cauldron, Ancestor's Pistol, Vial of Sand, all the defensive stuff, like this, Garlic, like, this just kind of like, it's situational, and it's like sometimes useful, but like the guaranteed upside of like 15% max HP is balanced out by the -20% healing received. So like, this thing is never really good, but it's a lot of prot, and if you can get both of these to trigger, like, that's amazing. Because you are just taking like 2 or 1 damage from like an attack, and you can just essentially like, ignore Occultist in that fight. Bullseye Banana, I think I already rated Bullseye Head. I'm just gonna put it next to it. Where did I put it? I can't find it. Oh, right there. Yeah, same stats, same reasoning, you know. Padlock of Transference for A-Bomb. %20 stun skill chance, 20% blight skill chance. This is like your second trinket you equip, in addition to Broken Key. Like, what do you want me to say? It's nice. It's a good secondary option. Yeah, it just gives him more blight stuff, more, essentially makes his human form better. It's always for me a bit between this and Lock of Fury. Both of them help, but both help differently. Padlock of Transference is usually my pick, because yes, most enchants, but you can just pick Lock of Fury as well and be fine. So, you know. Pagan Talisman.
No, it's not there. Where is it? Here, Pagan Talisman. 25% damage against Fanatic, minus 10% stress. It's okay. 10% stress, sure. But like 25% damage against Fanatic. Fanatic is very rare to find. Like, even if you bring a full party, like Fanatic appears, and it's like, yeah, you get this for one fight. And the rest of the time it's just bad. Like, no. Like, you never care about this. Like, it's so bad, especially for a very rare trinket. It's horrible. Ashen Distillation. This is for PD, her Call of Metals trinket. It's 20 dodge, 25% blight skill chance, and 20% healing received if you have medicinal herbs. It's good. It's a nice secondary option. It gives a lot of defensive stuff as well. If you aren't running Incision, you usually run Blasphemous Vial. Like, if you have a speed quirk, then you can run this, and you get a lot of extra defenses, a lot of more extra survivability because of the extra dodge and because of the extra healing received. And the blight skill chance just helps you a bit. It's nice. I've run it a fair bit, and yeah, it works. Vintage. This thing has exactly one use, which is equipping it on someone who's in the hamlet. Because what this does is that it gives you, like, I think it gives you extra duration on like being neutral in like the hamlet. And because of that, you if you get it, you aren't mad. You just equip it on someone who has like Crimson Curse, and you just leave them in the hamlet for the week, and they get slightly less blood build-up. Yeah, and that's what you use Ancestors Village for. Coven Signet, minus 25% stress if it has Crimson Curse. Aura box is right there. This thing is right next to it. Like, what do you want me to explain? Same reason, yeah. Sanguine Snuff, 8 crit if in Crimson Curse, Bloodlust, 15% if in 15% dodge if in Bloodlust. This thing can be very good if you play around a lot, but just getting 8 crit 10 dodge is not usually worth it, because for your big melee characters, you have this, you have this, you have this. Just use those instead of the immense headache that is setting up Bloodlust at the exact right time. And there's a chance Bloodlust just runs out, and this just doesn't do anything anymore. And until you have Bloodlust, this is just that weight. And that's why this is just not that good. Which one will I do first? The heart. Prismatic Heart Crystal, it only drops on a thing. 35% blight chance for the thing, 35% bleed chance for the thing, 12 crit with thing. You don't care. Like, it's a counter against thing, and that's essentially what you bring this for. And like, sure, but you have to find it first, and thing is always a horrible fight because you never like it, because it has a lot of stress, it has a lot of damage over time, it can apply Sky Taint. It, like, the end of the fight really sucks because thing just takes no damage, and like this thing, not good. It doesn't help a lot. 12 crit is good, but aside from like the one fight in the entire dungeon, that this doesn't do a thing. Like, it's bad. I'm just gonna do the other thing trinkets here as well. We have the thing eye. 4 crit if HP above 41, 8 crit if HP below 40%. Whatever. Like, sure, it's something, I guess. Like, it's crit, a bit of it, and there's just better options compared to this. Then I'm gonna do this thing, the Crystalline Fang. This is the good one. This is the only one I really care about. 10% stun skill chance if above 40% and 40% if below 41%. This thing is actually pretty decent. If you can get it to work, and if you have someone sitting at below 40% HP and you have this equipped, like, they are gonna stun everything, and that's great. And even like at like a neutral thing, it's still decent,
because it's still at least 10% stun chance, and that helps. Like, this is the drop I hope for most of the time, because the last one, phase shifting height, it's minus 15% stress and minus 50 if below 40. Like, sure. Like, you go right next to Aria Box and Signet Ring and the other stuff. Moving on. We have Prophet's Eyes. I scrolled up too far, didn't I? Ah, there it is. Prophet's Eye. 15 accuracy if in position 4, 3 speed if in position 4, minus 15 stress if in position 4. Yeah, it's good. If you have someone in position 4, you can equip this onto them. It's great stats for them. Yeah. The dodge color for Houndmaster. Um, 12 dodge, minus 15% damage. Yeah, like, sure. Like, you can run it. I should have turned on notifications, I hate this. This is 12 dodge. Yes, like, you can use it until you find like the better dodge stuff, but until then this is at least decent. Like, the minus 15% damage sucks obviously, because a lot of Houndmaster's damage still comes from like on-hit damage, but it's not too bad. Protective Padlock. This thing, 15% prod minus 1 speed. No, you don't care. Like, Abomination already has like great defenses, and like this just doesn't help. It's just sort of whatever. The next one, I'm just gonna rank the last Airborne Trinket, Restoring Padlock. If you transform, you get minus 40% stress, and you inflict 30% less stress on a party. This sucks. Like, if you bring this, you still take 60% of the stress, and you know what you are going to do. You're gonna just bring a stress healer, and then this thing didn't do anything. Like, you just bring a stress healer, and if you don't have this, you just bring a stress healer, and if you bring this, you still bring a stress healer. It's just the stress healer has to do slightly less. This removes like 2 points. Nobody cares. Just bring anything else great for beast form, end the fight quicker, and take less stress because of that. Done. Way better than bringing this. Red's Carcass. It makes you immune to death from Crimson Curse. Nobody cares. Literally nobody cares. If you are dying from Crimson Curse, that means you looked ahead in the future very poorly. Because collecting blood is such a good mission that you just go there for like 2 times, and you have enough blood for the like next 20 weeks. And like Red's Carcass doesn't do anything. You never want to sit it wasting. Like Red Carcass doesn't do anything. It just ignores this. Spectral Spear Tip. 15% damage, 20% blight skill chance, 15% max HP, 5% random target chance. This thing is like a good secondary option. It seems very good because it gives a lot of stats. The issue is this doesn't do anything really good. Like 15% max HP. Does that fix your poor defenses? No, not really. 15% damage. Does this help you with a lot of your offense? No, because it's not accuracy and there's a lot of better options. 20% blight chance. Does this help you with all of your stuff? No, like it doesn't. Like, this thing does 3 things, and all 3 things are nice things to have, but none of the 3 things are good enough that you don't have to bring another thing that buffs them. And that's what makes Spear Tip just kind of mid. Because all of the stuff is good, but it's not good enough that you bring only this for that category. And that's why Spear Tip is just like in the middle of the pack. Sculptor's Tools. Not there. Where is it? Sculptor's Tools. 40% damage versus Stonework. Cool. This is exactly for Garden Guardian, and it works on Gargoyles as well. This counters one enemy in normal dungeons. Why would you bring this? And like Guardian isn't really hard. Like you can just out-heal everything he does, and then you just sit there and spam attacks against him every second turn, and that's the entire fight. And you don't care. Like this thing is kind of just bad. Siren's Conch Shell. Siren's Conch, yeah. 50% debuff resist, minus 20% stress. Sure. You go right next to the other debuff stuff, or like minus stress stuff. Whatever. I personally don't care about this. If you care about it, sure. But it's like this is probably one of it's not the worst trophy because we have Crew Bell, but this is the second worst trophy I think. Like this is just not that great. It's just not a lot of stuff. 20% stress is the main upside, and you don't care about that. These two things. Oh god, I hate these. I'm just gonna use the Arbalist one. This should be Sturdy Greaves, right? Yeah, Sturdy Greaves and the boots for that. They give -1 speed for 30% move resist to 30% move chance. It's -1 speed with no other upside. Like you don't care about this. Like this is horrible. Like just don't use these. Like don't. Like it doesn't help Bowler. You never want to use Bowler anyways. If you get pulled, sure, you just move back. It takes 1 turn, and you can just someone else can get moved in front of you, and like you get moved anyways, and that's like move resist is just bad. Solar Crown. Sun Crown? Where is it? Solar Crown, yeah. -30% stress if torch above 75. What a surprise, you go right next to all of these. I'm just gonna put like all of the minus stress ones right here because they are all just kind of bad. Wilbur's Flag. This is another really good trophy. It's 50% stun resist and plus 10 dodge. This thing is essentially a dodge trinket with a very good secondary upside. And like, yeah, run this on like your dodge heroes, like especially Madams like this, because then you get extra dodge, you can get stun ammo. Yeah, that's essentially what this is. The Goblet. Getting Goblet is super rare, so I never usually play with it too much because you usually don't get this. 20% max HP, 3 speed, 8 dodge for 25% stress and -30 chance. Again, this is a very good secondary option. It's like, yes, you can use this to just like get a lot of extra stats, but the extra stress can be a problem because it's so much, especially if on the characters that want this, like they want that much speed, usually already have like another trinket that gives them a lot of stress, so double stacking that can be a bit dangerous, but most of the time you're still completely fine, so this thing is great. I'm just gonna rank the Arbalist one for this again. This is Vengeful Griefs. Yeah, it's just 3 crit. Like, it's decent. It's extra stats. You don't care about it too much, but yeah. Heretical Passage for Vestal. 20% healing skills if Holy Water in inventory, 25% damage against Husk, 25% damage against Eldritch. It's alright. Like, I'm just gonna put it into filler. The 20% healing is conditional, which always means that it's not gonna be as good as a lot of the other trinkets. It also heals only 20% extra compared to like 25. And I think that's an entire extra point. Like, it's not too bad, but it still matters. And the 25% damage stuff, sure. Like, it makes Judgment slightly stronger against Husk and Eldritch, but usually don't care about this too much. Viscount Spices.
5 crit if you have Crimson Curse, 100% healing when you're eating if you have Crimson Curse, and 100% food consumed. Like, I don't get this. Like, I really don't. Like, this really matters for like food consuming, because if you don't have it, you don't get the extra healing. And if you don't get extra healing, like, most of the upside is just gone. And picking this for just 5 crit is not worth it. And that's why this thing is just not good. Wolf's Tassel. 20% damage against marked, 10 accuracy against marked, 5 crit against size 2. It's alright. Like, if you are marking, the characters usually have some sort of in-kit better option. Like, Arbalest, for example, just has Wrath from Bandana, Houndmaster has Spiked Collar, Bounty Hunter doesn't, but he usually marks, because his mark lower is pretty good. Same with Houndmaster, and like the other characters like don't care too much. You can put this onto someone that doesn't have mark synergy, but like someone like Leper can use this, and it's like, sure, it's decent, but it's, in my opinion, still not good enough to put this any higher than like filler. And last one is the Ruffle Hat. It's the same with Ruffle, and then I'm just gonna put it next to it. So yeah. That's the entire tier list. Let me know what you think. Did I just misplace something completely, in your opinion? Just tell me in the comments, and I'm gonna be there, and I'm gonna out with you. And yeah, that's the video. See ya.